Hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Fede. Hello.
Good. How are you?
Good, not bad. Just set up the live stream. We're live now, sharing the screen, waiting for the team to show up.
Hello. You took your medication?
Yeah, absolutely. As always. As always.
Okay. Just keep the fingers crossed.
Fingers
Okay.
crossed.
So everything goes right.
Hi everyone, is someone there?
Yes. Hello, Clement.
Hello, Clement.
That's a very nice flag you have.
What? Sorry?
That's a very nice flag you have on the background.
Oh yeah, that's Dodge. I figure out it's like in the conference room and it looks good.
Yeah, it's great.
I need to share screen. So how do I share screen with this one?
It works the same as any room. You just click on share screen, select your app, and that's it.
The question
Share
is
it now,
where is the share screen button?
It should be on the bottom.
But David, he has to share it now or wait until I do the introduction.
Oh, okay, I found the share screen button. Yeah, okay, great. Up. Let's verify everything is working. So now you see me on the small and you see
Everything works well, Clement.
that, and it's moving correctly. Great.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Perfect. Okay, so I will make the introduction for the day 2, and then I will introduce you, Clement, and then you start. Okay.
Let's wait some 5 more minutes.
Yeah.
So we have more people online.
Did you set up such that other people are not coming with the sound?
Yes, everything is set up well, Clement.
Okay. Because I don't know why I managed to get the sound. Oh, because it's a different link, I guess, no?
And what do you mean?
You have a different link for attendees and for speakers, right?
Yes.
Okay. That explains why. I may also want to look at the question. Do I do that? Hello. We have someone written as Stefan George, but I don't think it's Stefan George.
It's Alex. He has the invite probably that he
Oh, okay.
got sent from Stefan. Don't worry.
Maybe
Exactly.
you want to label him
Yes.
properly. So let's start. Damian. Federico, I cannot hear you. I think you're mute.
Yeah, let's start now because there's already people there.
So
let's
hi.
go. Wait,
So-
no, Clement, wait. I'm going to introduce the
Oh,
stage
okay.
and then I'll introduce you, okay?
Okay, no problem.
Okay, then you let me know when we start.
You can start whenever you're like. We're live on YouTube for some time now.
Okay, great. Hello, guys. How are you? Welcome back to day 2 of the conference, Decentralized Justice, Law in the Age of Memes, Crowds, and Blockchain. I am Federico As. I am CEO of Kleros, and I will be your master of ceremonies. So yesterday we had a very packed day where we discussed different things regarding crowd law, game theory, mechanism design. We saw different use cases of Kleros in the energy market, in domain name disputes, and also in commercial contracts in the Venezuelan context, and also as a compliance tool for crypto assets. Also, we reviewed a number of connections between legal systems and decentralized justice. And I see Sophie is here in the audience, so she was the moderator of the panel. So today we're going to focus a bit more on the technology side and on the products that Kleros developed in order to foster decentralized justice. Also, we're going to analyze and discuss a bit of the research challenges ahead in game theory, mechanism design. So without further ado, let's go to our first talk of the day. So this is going to be given by Clément Lesage. I think at this time he doesn't need much introduction, of course, but I'm still going to introduce him. So Clément has an engineering degree from the University of Technology of Compiègne and a master's of science in computer science at Georgia Tech in the US. And of course, as you know, he's my co-founder at Kleros and he's CTO at Kleros. So Clément, please, you can start your presentation.
So thanks everyone. Today we're going to speak about Kleros as a technology, a truth machine for decentralized application. So first, let's try to place Kleros in a list of technology to maintain consensus. So if we look at the left part of this scale, you will have formal system like mass. So basically Ethereum, it's a formal system. You have mathematical operation. It's computer science. Computer science is mainly a subfield of maths. So if you say you want to move some ETH from address A to address B, you just execute some mathematical rule to update address. This is also true for more complex smart contract. When you interact with Ethereum itself, Ethereum does not give any subjective judgment on what you are doing. They are just executing code, they are just executing math. On the right side, we would have a system which are made for governance. So you want to find a consensus on what to do, such as Aragon, Moloch DAO, like voting in election, for example. But there is not really one right course of action. Sometimes there may be a right course of action, but often you may have interest between different stakeholders that may need to be balanced. Sometimes you may have the majority having a specific opinion, having some specific interests, which may overcome interest of particular other groups. There is not really one right answer. You have a huge subjectivity in the system, but you need to find an answer anyway. And in the middle left of the scale, you will have dispute resolution system, where most of the time you expect there to be a right answer, a correct answer, but sometimes you may end up with a situation which has never been seen before, where multiple sides can have valid points, and you still need to apply some subjectivity, you still need human judgment. So if Ethereum is some sort of robot court, of maths court, Kleros is a court which allows human subjectivity to rule on a dispute which can arise. So Kleros, we can see it as a brick. So it's really a technological brick for application, which is the dispute resolution brick. Kleros itself, it doesn't do anything, but you can plug application on it which have a need of having dispute resolved, and you're gonna put the dispute, put some arbitration fees, and then you're gonna get an output which is gonna be a result. So you can see that as a machine, as a truth machine that you use on your other application, and you can see it as a component of larger system, but not as a standalone. You have two sides when you are interacting with Kleros. On the left side, you have what we call the arbitrable side, which are the application requiring decision. We have three main examples of those. The first one are created registry, where you want to verify that some information is correct. Secondly, you have escrow system, where you have multiple parties which have a disagreement of where should some funds be sent. You can have Alice, which want to pay Bob to make a website, and Alice can claim, okay, the website was not what I asked. Bob can claim, okay, I made the website. Now you have some fund, and we need to decide where those funds should go. And the last large use case are Oracle system, where you need to get some information about the outside world. So it can be who won this election, did we have an earthquake in this particular place, what is the temperature in this place, is it raining? All those questions which can be important, because depending on the answer, you can have other contract which can assign assets depending to this answer. You can get insurance, you can get derivative, sometimes you can just get information, but most of the time, answer of the Oracle have consequences to people using the system. And on this right side, you have the Kleros arbitrator. You could swap it for any other kind of arbitrator in the system. You actually have a centralized arbitrator just to test when people are developing application. So that's a brick, and you can swap this brick by another brick. So I think that's for now the best machine if you want to get a decentralized truth to be inputted in your application. But that's only a machine, and depending on the use case, you have machines which are more or less suited for this use. Let's look a bit about project maturity. Early days in 2018, we made the first version of Kleros with a proof of concept, Dodge trial that Stuart spoke about yesterday. And we were mainly playing around, testing the system with real incentive. So there was real money, but not much impact. Like you have a list of dodges, okay, it's fun, but the goal was mainly to see if it's working. And yeah, it was working. It could be improved, of course, because it was a really basic version. And then in 2019, we released the first version of Kleros. And at this time, what we really had to do is to add some legitimacy and convince people of at least some level of security. And for that, we did what we call the ecosystem bootstrapping, where we develop as a cooperative application relying on Kleros. So we developed the token credit registry, we developed some escrow system, and we also have some other projects which are also created by the Kleros team, which are still being developed or being released a few days ago. But nowadays, we are mainly at an integration phase, where you have a lot of people in the ecosystem, they want to use Kleros in their system, and we are helping them either directly or by building integration tools for them. In the near future, we also get Kleros version 2, when probably we will have Ethereum version 2, where we will need to handle different shard, need to handle higher amount of disputes, so have some scalability. So there is still a core layer being developed, but now the main part of what's happening in Kleros, the main part of the ecosystem in Kleros is integration by third-party teams. You can see here a small snapshot of the ecosystem, and you can see you have Kleros on which you have a registry of token, and they are interconnected. You have some exchanges which are pulling data from Kleros, from the Kleros registry. You have also this escrow system, which is quite interesting because it's both using Kleros directly and it's also using product using Kleros. You can look at Uniswap and you see that you have a dashed line because here Uniswap is using a registry of Kleros, but not only. Here it's up to the user to determine which list provider they want to use. So you will see these two kind of integration. You will see integration with systems which are relying on Kleros and Kleros is embedded in the system. And you will have systems which are more or less agnostic on some point, and they let their user choose Kleros or another competing solution. You can see Realisho as being one of those, where for now, Kleros is a mostly used arbitrator, but in theory, you can have other arbitrator which could be used by Realisho. So Realisho is an Oracle system. One of other interesting application is Omen, which is mainly using the conditional token framework created by the Gnosis team. And here Omen is using Realisio, which is then using Kleros to solve a dispute about outcomes of events. And it's also using Create, which is a generalized created registry platform running on Kleros to create what markets are valid markets to be displayed to the user. So you can see that sometimes you may even have multiple bricks of your application, which end up being Kleros or Kleros flying brick. And if you look at this ecosystem, we can see that we are really different projects which are creating application together, and you just don't create an application alone, but you combine multiple bricks to make the application you want. And that's really made possible by the open execution paradigm of Web3. Because in Web2, for example, if you want to make, I don't know, like you want to make an application on Facebook to deliver some socks, for example, you could use Amazon to source your socks. You could use Facebook to make the order, and you could make some sort of application like that. But you have those companies, Amazon and Facebook, which are centralized companies. They can decide if they allow you in or not. So if you create this sort of business, they may at some point just decide that they don't want your business anymore, and they may cut you out of the system. So that makes it quite risky to create this kind of application combining other centralized application. While with Web3, the application are permissionless. You don't need to ask permission to anyone. You know you're not going to be cut out of the application. So you can build with confidence. And in the worst case, the project can just fail and you can just continue to maintain it yourself. It's still better than to have to build it by yourself in the first place. So I think that's how we're going to see Web3 going over to Web2 by having some better network effect and some increasing composability. So now let's look at some example of use case of Kleros. We're going to start with the registry because it's the first like serious use case, non-demo use case. And we want to make a list of token. And that's quite important because if someone makes bad token, they can just impersonate another project and sell useless token, like scam people. So we really want to have a token list which are resilient. So we made this platform, the token related registry. And if you have Alice, which want to add a token to this list, she want to add PNK, she puts a deposit. And Bob, who is watching the list, look, okay, that's PNK, that's okay. And you will not do anything because the information is correct. So the token will be accepted. Alice will get her deposit back and everyone is happy. But now Alice tried to put a token, which is a scam token. She tried to put some hacker gold, which is a scam. And Bob is going to put a deposit by setting, no, this token does not belong to this list. And that's going to create a dispute. So you have jurors, which are staking PNK. They are staking PNK in this token listing court. And each PNK they stake is basically a lottery ticket. So you take a few PNK, and people who own those PNK are going to be drawn in the case and going to be juror eligible to vote. So here, let's say we take 5 jurors. You have 4 of the jurors which vote to reject the token, 1 vote to accept it. So the majority rejects the token. So Alice will lose his deposit. Bob will get his deposit back, plus some money from Alice. And this way he's paid into making, into creating the list, into making the list free of malicious token. But now let's look a bit more about what is going to happen with the jurors. So you have most of the jurors who voted to reject the token, but you have Ignacy who voted to accept it. So in this case, he will not have been coherent with other jurors, so he's going to lose a bit of token, which are redistributed to other jurors. And Alice is also losing a bit of his on his deposit, which are also redistributed to other jurors. So if you're coherent, you tend to be rewarded. If you're not coherent, you tend to be penalized. But as a disclaimer, it's okay to not be coherent all the time. The system is just made to weed out people who will have a really low coherence rate. Even if you're honest, sometimes you're not going to agree with the end result. Maybe between 85, 90% of coherence sometimes. So even if you're honest, sometimes you're going to be less coherent. But if you're really doing random stuff or taking bribe, you will end up losing money. So why would people be honest in the first place? We can go on a shelling coin concept. So here, try to pick a square. I let everyone pick a square. You can put in the chat which square you picked, knowing that you want to pick the same square as the majority of people. So you can go on, pick the square. I don't see the feedback from the chat. I guess something may not be working. Well, I'm gonna go. Oh, okay. No, okay. I got the feedback. So we get people selecting A6. Any of the square would be okay. Like we could have consensus of any of the square. But here, people are gonna go on this A6 square because it's standing out. It's red. Everything else is in some shade of purple. And people are going to choose this one which is standing up. With Kleros, what is standing up is the truth or the honest decision. And in this case, it was to reject the token. So if you think other people are going to take the honest decision, you also want to take the honest decision to be coherent with other people. Let's look at the few problematic we had when we designed Kleros. I think the first problematic you want to think about when you are designing a blockchain system is about the Sybil attack. Or do you avoid one guy coming and making a lot of fake accounts? You're going to make like 1,000 or 100,000 accounts, and he's going to try to overcome the system. So here the answer is staking. We don't have one person, one chance of being drawn. We have one token and one chance of being drawn, such that if you make fake accounts without tokens, well, they have no chance of being drawn. And if you split your token into multiple accounts, you don't get additional chance. One account with 10 PNK will have the same chance of being drawn than two accounts with 5 PNK each. So we solve this by looking at token, which is a classic way to do so. Like we're going to get Ethereum 2.0 and they're using the same mechanism of staking. Now we had to have a balance because we could draw everyone, but that would mean every dispute would be really expensive. Or we can draw a small amount, but if you draw a small amount of people, that tend to be easier to bribe them, or easier for one party to get the majority by itself. So here, let's say that the majority are voting a dishonest result. We have the possibility of appealing and getting more and more and more and more jurors. And at the end, either we have the majority, which is actually honest. And in this case, the dishonest majority is going to lose a lot of tokens to the honest majority. So it's working well. Or what happens if we would have a dishonest majority? So first, how do we get this dishonest majority? We will need to have an individual or a group to have 51% of the token in the system. Because as you draw more and more jurors, the repartition of your set of jurors is going to converge towards the repartition of the main set of the people staking. That's with having a specific token. So if we had made the system with ETH, you could buy a lot of ETH to get 15% of the ETH in Kleros, and it will not necessarily be that hard to do so if you have a especially large budget. But now if you have a system with PNK and you want to get 15% of them, the first PNK you're going to buy are going to be at current price. But as you try to buy more and more, the price is going to pump because you are buying everything. And so getting 15% of the PNK can actually be costing way more than 15% of the market cap of state tokens. Now what happens if you manage to attack the system? Now you have 15% of the ETH on the ETH system. Well, you are in control of it. The system may not work anymore, so people may not use it, but ETH is mainly used outside Kleros. So the price, the impact on ETH will be low, and you still have valuable capital even after you attack. Now, if you did that with a specific token, with PNK, you destroy the Kleros ecosystem. People are going to stop using it. People are going to stop paying arbitration fees. So tokens are going to become worthless. So you have most of the token and you made them worthless by attacking the system. So you have a huge cost in doing so. And then even if your attack has succeeded, if you have ETH and you have the majority of ETH, well, you control the system and there is not much people can do. Like if they make another system, like the attacker can just move the ETH to the new system. Now with a specific token, we can make fork. And in this case, we can make a new PNK where we copy everyone's balance except the balance of the attacker. And people are gonna switch to the system because that's the system which is not honest, and the previous Kleros will not be honest anymore and not use anymore. Fortunately, this should not happen, but the fact they should happen are disincentivizing attacks in the first place. So it needs to be able to happen to avoid attack in the first place. So let's look at some application using Kleros. Here you can see Uniswap, which is using the token credit registry as one of the lists that you can choose. We have Curate, which is an application which have generalized the ID between the curated registry of token to any kind of curated registry. So you can create your registry by yourself in a graphical interface. So you can see here, for example, the CLR Fund project, which created a registry of organization which can receive funding from them because they are benefiting the Ethereum ecosystem. Here you can see a registry of farming strategies. The registry looks small, but actually it's a registry to get disclosure on yield farming, and you have $2 million of cooperating funds which are allocated to yield farming depending to this registry. So it's actually quite impactful into verifying that you don't have any fund of your organization which are used on risky, unaudited contract with admin backdoors. And we also use it to determine who should be paid when making permissionless work for Kleros. At the other application, we have the Oracle use cases where you need to have the answer to a question with reality.is. And we just saw Edgar coming, so perfectly in time. Where you can ask a question either by yourself or as an application. So here we had an application, a question which was, will there be a day with at least 1,000 reported coronavirus deaths in the US in the 14 days of July? And this was actually quite controversial because some sources reported the lower amount, some sources reported higher amount. You had some argument that it's easier to miss deaths than to invent deaths. We had some other argument which was stating that basically the spike were due to people not reporting on the weekend, and then they were reporting the day after. Finally, it was decided that there has been more than 1,000 corona deaths. But even that's still why it's quite controversial, because you had really two sides arguing on both cases. But sometimes you need a way to close the dispute and go on with the system. And you had to have a decision which was made by Kleros. You can see creating a question from the interface, so only for getting data. But where it's really interesting is that you can have other applications which can create this question. So here you see a question about the US presidential election. Who will Joe Biden win the US presidential election? And actually it's only at 81, 82%, which may seem low for someone that all the media already declare as a winner. But you have people who are betting that lawsuit made by Trump may flip the result or even lead to people revoting. So we will have to, at some point, decide who won the election. And that will probably be controversial because we have Trump stating that he won, Joe Biden stating that he won. You also have the other possibility that by the time the market finishes, the result is not known, in particular if we have some states which need to revote. And that's not a dispute yet, but I expect this to be probably the next big dispute that we're going to see in Kleros about the US election. Let's continue on another type of application. We have this escrow. So you have Alice, which want to pay Bob, for example, to make a website. So she's going to put 10,000 DAI in escrow. And if the work is done correctly, she can unlock the money for Bob. But if she believes the work was not done correctly and Bob believes he needs to be paid, then that's going to create a dispute. So you can see here from the Bob side, he has like this Llama sock website transaction. He also had an exchange of ETH for BTC. So you can also use this escrow to exchange assets between chains which are not connected to each other. And here for this transaction of BTC, if it did not receive the BTC actually, you can create a dispute by stating that the other party did not comply with the agreement, and that's going to go to the Kleros court, and it's going to be decided by Kleros jurors. Other applications, which are now going to be quite useful because of gas being quite high. You have the Kleros governor. You have people who are voting on governance decision, and you need first to execute the vote and also to translate this vote, which are generally of English proposal, into technical implementation, so smart contract calls. And you have this governor application to do that. It's going to switch to snapshot actually in perhaps 14 hours, I think, where people are going to be able to vote off-chain, and on-chain, people can report the result of the vote, report the action which are to be executed according to this vote, and if there is a dispute, either on the interpretation of the action which should be done according to the votes, or either in the result of the vote itself, you can create a Kleros dispute. And Kleros is going to determine what action should actually be executed, if any. And that's going to be also available for other applications which have off-chain voting systems. And we can also see sometimes applications which do not really fit completely into the classic escrow, Oracle, created registry classification. So here we have Linguo, which is a translation application where you can get a text in one language, ask it to be translated in another language, even if you don't know the other language, and even if you don't really know how much should be a fair price. So you have automatic pricing, and you have also automatic challenge of bad translation. Well, it's not automatic, there are people behind, but you don't need to verify the text yourself. So it's a mix between an escrow. You can challenge a translation you requested if it's not good, but it's also a created registry, because anyone else can also do that for you and can challenge this translation. And you also end up with a list of text in multiple language and their translation. So you also end up with this registry of text and their other language version, which are probably going to be useful for people doing natural language processing or other linguistic work as a byproduct of having people wanting to translate their text. So Enrique is going to speak about that a bit more in his own talk. So that's the end of this talk, and thank you everyone for listening. And we're going to go to 5 minutes of questions. So you can type question in the chat if you have any.
It seems everything was very clear, Clément. Very, very well explained. So people don't seem to have questions. Do you guys have any question, or we just want we just move to the panel, which is coming now? I will give you like 10 more seconds to think if you want to ask some question.
Yeah, don't worry. Like, no need to ask question if you don't have any. No question is better than boring questions.
Yeah. Okay. So okay, there's no question. So we're going to. Well, you can always reach Clément or anyone in Kleros on Telegram. So yeah, if you don't have a question now, you can have a question later.
Yeah, and in particular, we are currently doing the hackathon, where if you want to make an application relying on Kleros, that's really the time where you can start make your proof of concept, and you have the whole Kleros team, which is here today to answer all your questions on this hackathon channel about integrating with Kleros or creating a product relying on Kleros. So I put you the link here. So don't hesitate to ask me a question here, and I will be there for today and tomorrow and the weekend of the hackathon to answer any one question.
Great. So thank you, Clément, and don't go anyway because you're still on the stage now. So we're going to move to a panel I'm very excited about. I've been interested in collective intelligence for a long time now. One of the most intriguing mechanisms regarding collective intelligence are what people call prediction markets. It's the use of some market mechanism designed in order to pull information from the community and use that to make predictions. I've been following this since there was some very old prediction market system called Inkling prediction markets. I don't know if that exists anymore, but that was pre-crypto thing. So this type of technologies has been used to predict like product launches, like Oscar winners, as Clement mentioned, presidential election. Prediction markets are also a cornerstone to a also very intriguing and fascinating governance system called Futarchy. So I'm very, very happy to have here a bunch of experts to discuss prediction markets, and in particular one specific part of prediction markets, which is the oracle problem. So when you do a prediction market, then at some point you need to pay the people who made the bets on different outcomes, and then how do you know the information that you're going to use to make the payouts is going to be real and or not? This is like a fundamental issue to solve in order to have a prediction market that work. And if you have prediction markets that work, we can have all of these collective intelligence applications connected to them. So without any further ado, I'm going to introduce the panelists. I guess this might be one of the, so this panel might have like most knowledgeable experts in the world probably about oracles and prediction markets. And so I'm very, very happy to be here. So Edgar graduated from Oxford University in 1997 and then moved to Japan, where he lives in a pottery town called Mashiko. If I knew that before, I would have visited you during the DevCon in Osaka. No. I had no idea you live in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Which part of Japan is that?
Okay, it's about 100 kilometers north of Tokyo, a little bit out into the countryside.
Well, if I ever go to Japan again, or if we are ever allowed to travel again, I'm definitely going to visit you. So Edmund built the world's first smart contract oracle related to keys in 2013. You know, that's a really, really early stage. He built the Ethereum-based system for various Japanese clients, including a proof of concept for the Tokyo Stock Exchange. And his current project, Reality.eth, is a crowdsourced smart contract oracle and fact-checking system. So welcome, Edmund.
Thanks, great to be here.
Our next panelist, as you know, is Clement Lesage, who has an engineering degree of the University of Technology of Compiègne and a Master of Science in Computer Science from Georgia Tech. And he's, as you know, co-founder and CTO at Kleros. Welcome, Clement, again.
Hi again. Well, I never really left.
And Alex Hermans, our third panelist, holds a master in mathematics. He worked 3 years as a trainee at Continental working on AI, and 3 years at Gnosis, where he focuses on oracles, Futarchy, and DEX development. Welcome, Alex. Glad you're here.
Yeah, thank you. Really exciting.
Well, let me start with some basic questions for part of the audience who are maybe not that much familiar with oracles. So what is an oracle, and why should we care about them? Anyone can answer. This is decentralized.
I think oracles are really very fundamental building blocks for blockchains and kind of also this vision of a decentralized computer, because as it was already alluded in a previous talk, definitely there are these objective functions that are kind of based on math that just execute code. These are basically the smart contracts within the blockchain, and they can operate very, very well and execute many things autonomously. But when it comes to that they should react on situations that are happening outside of the blockchain, then definitely there needs to be this bridge that brings information to these smart contracts, to this brand new world of blockchains. And that's, I think, the piece where oracles come into play.
Yeah, that's a way to incorporate outside world and sometimes slightly subjective information into your application. Because your smart contract, they can read other smart contract, they can know how humans interact with them, but they cannot know who won the elections. They cannot know the time, like if it's rain, they cannot know if it's raining. They cannot know earthquake. There is a lot of stuff that smart contract cannot know by themselves. And if we want to be make something a bit better, than just self-referencing application that we often see in DeFi, if you want to connect that with the outside world, you need to bring this information on the chain, and that's what Oracle are for.
Expand a bit on these practical cases why we want oracles. You mentioned briefly whether I think presidential election. In which situations do we care a lot about oracles for practical purposes?
So we spoke about prediction markets because that's what is currently connected to Claros oracles. You want to know information about the outside world so that people can make prediction of those, basically bet on those. And this gives odds of event happening. So if you're in the US and if you consider moving to the US, for example, and you may think it may be a more or less welcoming environment, depending on who wins the election, then you go on Omen and you see there is this percent chance of this candidate winning. Does that give you some information? People can use it just for fun, sometimes like the same way they would use betting, but I think it may be a transition period, and the real power of prediction market are to be unlocked when you have people which are ready to lose a bit of money to get information. So for example, if I'm an insurance company, I want to know what are the risks of car crash in this new market I'm not already in. I can create prediction market about this amount of car crash. I can put liquidity, even if I'm going to lose some of the liquidity, and some people are going to trade on it. And the idea is that I'm going to lose money on average, but that's fine because the information I will earn is going to be more important than the money I lose. And people who usually were betting at a negative sum game, so on average, they lose money, they will be able to be basically betting on positive sum game. So instead of just being positive only because of the thrill of the bet, only the joy of playing the game, they can actually be also positive from a financial perspective. So this is one of those big prediction markets. And you have also all the insurance. You want to make some insurance for earthquake, for example. You need to know when there is an earthquake so you can pay out those insurance. You can use that also for farming. You can make water insurance. You can make insurance against financial crisis. You can make a lot of insurance. You can even make some insurance about pandemic. Actually, that exists in the classic financial system. That's pandemic bonds. So now you can also make pandemic bonds on chain. And if there is a pandemic, the pandemic bond are going to be automatically paying. So that's really important to making a financial product, I would say. And I include insurance as financial product. I'm not just speaking about financial derivative and stuff for trader. I'm also speaking about daily life financial product like insurance and impacting your daily life. Like for example, being paid huge insurance amount if you have a pandemic, such that you can have a really fast government response because they get the funding.
Good. So it's for people who are just getting into this. So this is a very important piece of infrastructure that is going to define the workings of the future financial system, if you want. So what are the different, I'm going to ask this to Edmund, so because he has been so silent up to now, what are the different ways to approach the Oracle problem and with potential advantages and drawbacks?
So when we started doing reality keys originally, I think a lot of us saw the problem originally as kind of how is the information that we want is on a website somewhere, right? The information that we want for the blockchain is kind of known, but the problem is how do we bridge a website somewhere to the blockchain? That was kind of originally what a lot of people were thinking the problem kind of consisted of. And at that time, so some of the first sort of oracles that we saw were kind of dealing with that kind of problem. But for applications like prediction markets, the information that you want isn't necessarily in some trusted source. And if it isn't in some trusted source, then as we've seen a little bit with Reuters, ideally we can actually make that trusted source sign some data and send it to the blockchain, or just so we don't actually need some piece in the middle. So our original product, Reality Keys, was this kind of piece in the middle, trying to get information that was known on some website or by some trusted source onto, as it was at the time, the Bitcoin blockchain. But what we saw was that a lot of the most interesting applications are actually creating information, right? They're discovering things that that there isn't some known source for, that we actually want to to discover. We want a process to actually create that information and get it on the blockchain. And it turns out that the blockchain is also a great platform for managing a social system to create that information. So then what does that system look like? Fundamentally, it's some kind of social system that gives people incentives to tell the truth. Then I guess we can talk in a little bit more detail about what kind of systems that looks like. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I see Alex nodding. Do you have anything to add to this?
Yeah, I think Edmund started it very nicely in the timeline at the very beginning with his own approach. I think then one of the first other systems that appeared and was pretty popular was Augur. And they introduced a very interesting concept, basically the concept of economically safe oracles, in the sense that they are looking at the open interest. That's basically all the money that they are securing. For example, in the use case of a prediction market, it's the money that people are using for betting on certain outcomes. And then they say that their token value of the whole system should be higher, or should be in a certain relationship to this open interest. And if it fulfilled certain conditions, then they could state that their system was economically safe. And yes, that has many good advantages. And I think until now, the system is not yet broken, but it also has many disadvantages. For example, that the system needs to collect a lot of fees so that the token value of the Augur system maintains its value much higher than the open interest is.
Yeah, so just to expand a little bit on how that works, maybe for people who aren't familiar with the operations of it. The thought is basically that the blockchain can't necessarily tell you what is true, but it can ultimately tell you what is more valuable. And the blockchain can tell you what is more valuable because it can put up 2 tokens and let people buy and sell them, and then the one that gets is most popular is the more valuable one. So the insight, this was a guy called Paul Stortz came out with this, who does originally a project called Truthcoin, and then now a project called DriveChain on trying to get Bitcoin to soft fork something for him. So had this idea that you can leverage the kind of a bet on the value of this system, and you can use that to get an opinion about truth. And the way that you do that is, if you absolutely need to, you have some steps before this, but if you absolutely need to, you can split your whole system in 2, right? You can fork your system, and then you've got 2 versions of the system. One version is committed to one fact, and the other is committed to another fact, right? So if we were trying to settle the bet about whether Trump won the election, we can fork the system into one version that says that Trump won the election, and the other system that says that Biden won the election. And then we can then compare which of those systems is more valuable. And we would hope that since Biden won the election, the one that says Biden won the election is going to be more valuable. And that question of which system is more valuable will be a reasonable proxy for which thing is true. And if you believe that, then provided there isn't enough money settling in these markets to make it worth actually rigging the market about which of these versions is true, because you could, if you're prepared to pay more than the system is worth for the nonsense market, then you can actually rig this thing, right? If you want to say this garbage version of Augur is worth more than the other version, and I'm just going to buy up all the tokens I need to make the market show that price, then you can make it look like Trump won, even though Biden won. So you have this kind of economic security bound in Augur where if the value of the system is greater plus a security margin than the amount of money staked in bets, then they think it's secure, and if not, then they don't. And so this has a number of kind of interesting problems maybe we can talk about.
I have a question. Yeah, go ahead, Clement.
I think it's nice to have property, but maybe too strict and sometimes unrealistic. Unrealistic because you can have what we call the parasitic markets. So you could look at the result of the oracle, but doing all the stuff with it and not paying any fee, which goes to increase the token value. So you could say, okay, there is this percentage of parasitic market, but then you may end up, in this case, increasing the fee even more, making even more people go to parasitic market because the main market are more expensive. So you have this kind of problem, which can happen if you want to be sure of some economic security. You have the problem that sometimes answer it's hard to evaluate what are at stake for those answers. Like if you look at Kleros, if you look at prediction market or escrow, you could evaluate that pretty easily. Now, if you are looking at created registry, for example, or would you evaluate the value of having a specific item registered or not? That's starting to be a bit more trickier. And in practice, like large systems, they may not fulfill those requirements. For example, Ethereum does not really pretend to have its value to exceed the value of all the other assets which can rely on it, because you only need it to be so expensive to buy 15%. That's actually not possible, or so costly because then you break the system, it gets forked and your token are valueless, that the value you could extract practically from breaking a system will not be worth what you would have paid. When you see those economic securities, they also generally assume that the price of the token will stay constant if someone tries to buy most of the token, like 15% of the token, while in practice the price would increase. So in some way you may understate it via parasitic market. In some other way, you may overstate it because you have extra security, because if you try to get 15%, you increase the price. So I think it's something nice to ask, but defining it at the system level, even if it has some interest, may actually restrict a bit more the utilization that you can do of your system. But that's fine. Like people may have different kind of views they want. They're fine with different level of subjectivity. You can have different systems.
Yeah, and I'd add that this attempt to kind of manage the security bound, right? They have this attempt in Augur where they try to make sure that there isn't too much money staked. And what they do is that if it looks like there is going to be too much money staked compared to the value of their token, they increase their fees. But that hits you smack into the problem that Clement mentioned with parasitic markets, where if you make a market that doesn't actually pay the fee payers, but that just uses the information that it extracts from the market, then as you raise the fees, the parasitic market actually becomes more valuable. And you can imagine a dynamic where the parasitic market becomes more valuable. Users actually start to drain away from the Augur markets and into the parasitic markets, and that reduces the value of the Augur token. As you reduce the value of the Augur token, you then need to compensate by raising the fees some more, right? Because the value of Augur's gone down, so the value of the bet still staked has gone up. So then you need to do it again, and you end up in this kind of death spiral where you're gradually draining all of the users into the parasitic market. And in the process, you're killing the thing for the Augur users, and you're also killing the thing for the parasitic market. But there's a kind of a tragedy of the commons where it's worth everybody's while to use the parasitic market. There's no situation where a rational purely self-interested user is going to use the pay the fees and use Augur over using the parasitical market, even though doing that will actually destroy the system. So when I tried to before we did the integration with Kleros for reality.eth, I did an integration with Augur, which would use Augur as kind of the settlement mechanism, and the developers got really mad at me for doing that. But getting mad at somebody isn't really a security mechanism. But I just like another problem with this mechanism, just in a way, an even more fundamental problem with the mechanism, and I don't really have a good solution, is that we're basing it on this idea that the value of the prediction market is a decent proxy for the truth. But as a pure matter of business development, that's not necessarily true, right? So let's imagine right now we have this insane market, just the maddest prediction market I've ever seen in 15 years of observing prediction markets, where you can bet on an election that's already happened and been settled, basically been settled. The votes have been cast. We know the result, and you can bet on this market, and you can get like 15 cents to the dollar that the loser is going to win, right? And so now it turns out there's this whole kind of echo chamber of people who are telling themselves that the loser of the election has won the election. So then what happens when you try to resolve that? Well, it's not entirely inconceivable that if you had two prediction markets, one is a normal zero-sum game for rational people, right? And the other one is a kind of a right-wing facts-oriented confirmation bias confirming prediction market for Trump-supporting maniacs with a lot of cryptocurrency. It might be that second one is actually a better business proposition than the sensible prediction market. And if that's true, then you can fork the system. You can say Trump won. All the people who believe Trump won, or who think that there's a market for believing that Trump won, will buy that version, and it'll settle, wrongly compared to any objective facts. And then you'll have this crazy fork of Augur whose job is just like to settle markets based on the biases of crazy people.
I think now it's becoming really interesting. I also, of course, have my take on that. So I think overall, if it really happens that if you're calling them the crazy people, if they are all in bear markets and there are arbitrators or oracles that kind of settle then to kind of their favor because they are their main clients, then I think automatically this will kind of split the system. It will kind of spread the word, and people would know, okay, on these prediction market platform, especially with these arbitrators and oracles, you can kind of expect this and this result because people have this perception of their world, and then they will interpret it in that way. But I think that's perfectly fine if something like that really exists and if it really has value, because then there will emerge other prediction market platforms that actually are kind of connected to, I would say, better arbitrators. I don't know, but yeah, at least then there will be basically these prediction markets for the people who perceive the world differently. And that's perfectly fine. I think in the end, it would then basically happen that most of the customers would again converge to one prediction market platform, but I think it's fine.
Well, they might all just say, what is this nonsense, right? I mean, they might say, look, Truthcoin, so the Truthcoin design, Paul's design, the Augur design didn't work. Any rational punter is going to say, I'm not going to do that. But it's all going to be shared in all the the alternate reality social media channels are all going to be sharing this thing and saying, look at this amazing kind of prediction market. It gives us the truth, even the rest of the world is all wrong. So the rest of the world is going to go back to using Betfair and just regular normal prediction markets. And the lunatic version is the only version that survives. I mean, that's not inconceivable to me, I guess somebody wants to use somebody would stick to maybe the kind of the rational punter, but just not the first time it had to decide kind of design. But I don't know.
This may actually happen. Because if you have this like 19% for Trump, you may actually have a decent community. I think he's going to go to arbitration. I think he's probably going to be resolved as Biden unless something else happens in between. And you may perfectly have someone deciding, okay, I'm going to make like the QAnon fork of Kleros. And in this reality, the juror who voted no, who voted no, so Biden does not win, will get their token, and everyone else will be slashed. And you get like a QAnon version of Kleros. And that's perfectly fine, because that may be better than to have huge disagreement between the community. You just basically split when like it's not going well between us, and they get their own system. So that may be like the extreme view, like from maybe a new interpretation of this 19%. You can interpret the 19% a bit more rationally. Rationally by assuming that actors are more rational, which could due to the fact that some of the election could be cancelled, like some recount or some legal action could lead to have some state being cancelled and to have to revote, where in this case, if enough states have to revote, the result will not be known by the resolution. And in this case, that's like 50-50% split. So people may be buying a Trump token because they think that even if he may not win ultimately, he may be able to get the election to be redone in some states, or because he may just keep the power, mostly illegally, but like, I don't know, like you get a few QAnon militia which prevent the delegate to vote, and you get the vote in favor of Trump, and you end up with a coup. That's also, I don't think it's that likely, but it may account for 1 to maybe 3% in favor of Trump extra to just the result of the popular vote. So every time you have a way you can interpret that, or prediction markets are wrong, like they are giving those huge percentage to those really unlikely facts, or you could also interpret it that prediction markets are able to incorporate more information than general method could do. So if you look at the poll, for example, the poll tend to really overstate the chance of Biden winning states. So Biden probably won, but assuming no election get cancelled, but assuming the results stand, he would have won, but he would have won of lesser margin compared to what people were predicting it was winning. So in this way, seeing the prediction market being more cautious about the Biden win may not be that crazy. And you are also a good response to people who tell you that prediction market are crazy. But if you think the prediction market are crazy and that Trump has like 1% chance of winning and it has 19, well, just buy Biden share. Like you can just put your money where your mouth is and actually make the market go in a state where you believe it's not crazy anymore. So you can say that to people who not really believe the market.
Yeah, let's go stick a little bit longer with the thought of the QAnon Kleros, right? Because I kind of love this. So because the problem here is that so if you have so if we have our fork and we've got Kleros are split into Kleros and QAnon Kleros, and let's also assume that QAnon Kleros is more popular with the market since as we know, everybody in the crypto space is often not, right? So let's assume that that's more popular in the market and QAnon Kleros is better off. That's actually okay for Kleros, right? If you're a Kleros token holder, that's fine. You've got both of them. You can sell the QAnon one if you want to and use the normal one. Kleros still functions. The problem is if you bought Biden, right? If you bought USD denominated Biden on Omen, or if you're using Augur and the same thing happens, like Augur has forked into two, and we've got QAnon Augur and normal Augur, and you bet on and you bet on Biden, and you were right, but since the market has so in the Augur case, it's compared the values of these two systems, and it said QAnon QAnon Augur is more valuable. In the case of Kleros, if you've got our kind of Omen reality ETH Kleros stack, I guess what's going to happen is that, so let's say we don't have the forking built into the protocol in this stack, right? In Kleros,
no,
if you
it's
fork
not
Kleros,
built into the protocol, but
right.
You can always make it by yourself. You can see the example of what happened with Hive. What did Hive fork? The platform, like the publishing platform, it was forked to make Hive.
I don't know.
That platform.
Yeah. So you had a platform which was basically taken control, like that Justin Tron and a few ally.
Steam.
Control. Steam, exactly, Steam.
Yeah.
So to control of Steam, and then you had a fork from the community, even if they were a minority of token holder, which led to Hive. And in this case, in both ways, they both canceled each other token via governance. So the fork, you just need to fork, but even on the main chain, they had some governance proposal of removing the token of people who were supporting and originate at the origin of the fork of Hive. So even if it's not really built into the protocol, it can always more or less be made by fork and governance decision, even if it's less smooth than if it was already built in, like hard-coded in the smart contract.
Yeah. So no matter what happens,
let me make a short call to order just for people who are in the audience. Like, can we first explain fast how we are working together with Omen, Reality, and Kleros, and then we can continue with this discussion because lots of people are getting lost. So yeah, whoever wants to start, yeah.
You want to? Yeah.
Go ahead, Alex.
So you want us to explain very quickly how the different systems are working together, right? So on the one hand side, we have Omen. It's a prediction market platform where people can just bet on outcomes as the election. And then the Omen platform is linking into Reality.io because over there it can basically ask the first subjective questions. For example, will Trump win the election? And over there on Reality.io, one can bid. There's basically an escalation mechanism where people can bid on which should be the right answer. And usually, in most cases, over there, the process is already ending because people in non-contentious cases would only vote for one outcome, and then it's basically settled. Then the open platform would be aware of this answer, and everything can go smoothly on. But then if it's really a continuous case, then it's kind of the escalation on Reality.io goes so high that it says, okay, at that point of time, I don't want to make the final call. And then it goes into Kleros, which will do the final arbitration in that case.
Do we have a case of a real case that was arbitrated at Kleros coming from Omen in the past? Maybe I heard case 302.
Yes, definitely. And I think the most interesting was definitely this case 302. There was this prediction market, whether there are more than 1,000 deaths in the US per day in July. And it was the question that was asked on the Omen platform was very general, like, is there a report of more than 1,000 deaths? And it then actually happened that some very incredible news platforms were reporting, yes, there were more than 1,000 deaths, but others were actually not reporting it. And it had to do kind of how it was accounted over the weekend and so on. So it was in the end really a subjective interpretation. And it was not clear at that point of time how it should be interpreted. And so it was really the perfect case where one actually needs arbitrators that bring clearance into this ambiguous situation.
So here you had a lot of discussion, not really on the fact of the word, but a lot about the interpretation of the question. What does reporting mean? Does it mean, is it like the consensus report? Is it reported by at least one credible source? You had question about, well, if you have people reporting less, are they more or less credible? Because it may be easier to miss people dying than to invent people dying who are actually not dead. So if you go in the forest and you say, oh, I've seen 2 people dead, and someone else say, oh, I also saw 2 people dead, and someone say I saw 3 people dead. Well, probably the one who say he saw 3 people dead is the most likely to be correct. It's just that he saw all of them, but the other only saw 2. But then you have another counter argument which arrived, but unfortunately quite late in the dispute process. And they were looking at pattern where they were looking at weekly pattern, and report tend to be higher after the weekend. So one potential explanation of higher report would be that people will die during the weekend, but they will only be reported in the stats after the end of the weekend or of the holidays. Unfortunately, I think this point arrived way too late in the process, and at this point, the community may already have made their mind. So that's interesting because otherwise, if you had no arbitration, well, you would have a irremediable split. While here, you may have like 60-40, both in terms of juror and community member of Omen, which were in favor of answering yes. So you had a way to get this dispute solved. It's also interesting because it led to a discussion about the rule of Omen to try to have rules which are already dealing with the situation. Because every time when you have Oracle or dispute resolution system, you want to give certainty. You want people to know that if this happened, this is going to be ruled this way, even if it may not be the way you like it. At least you know it in the first place before interacting. So you want decision to be predictable, so that led to some extra rule being created. So I think that was quite an interesting case and probably productive for system improvements.
Exactly, I completely agree. We learned a lot from this case, and especially now on prediction market platforms like Omens, there are now kind of more of a framework of rules how specific questions should be interpreted, because I think it was also really a hard case for the arbitrators of Kleros, because there was not really a framework on how should the product be perceived, how should these kind of situations be dealt with. And now there is much more framework in place, so that the next time, hopefully, especially during the question with the election, they would have a better framework to answer questions or to arbitrate.
But the election question will actually be about fact and not really about interpretation, I think. So that's going to be another kind of beast.
I think the uncertainty of this question actually comes from the fact that people might think that according to some interpretation, Biden has not yet won the election, because if there is still a lawsuit against the election process, then you cannot yet officially call him the winner. And because of that, people are actually bidding against it. They think that Trump could, with all his current power, delay process, could delay these official decisions and could still have processes in process when the platform actually needs to make the decision.
So you may have a bit of the Trump percent explained by that, but I don't think it's explaining most of the Trump percent, because if you look at some other prediction market platforms, they made a market about will Trump be inaugurated, and with a resolution date after the inauguration, and they tend to have a pretty similar percentage in favor of Trump. So I think it means that people are really betting on the fact that Trump is actually going to win and be inaugurated.
I think it's a really interesting. What happens if you end in a situation, God forbid, but you have like Congress accepting like Trump as president and the Supreme Court saying that the president is Biden? Like, what would be the right answer for him? Like, what the Oracle should give to that?
Yeah, that really depends on how the question is phrased, doesn't it? Because one question you could ask is who is going to wield ultimate power, right? Who are the army going to obey? It could be your market, or you might have a market on what does the process actually say, and so I think that really depends on the market. And but it also sounds like we're going to have this kind of developing Kleros case law, right? Where depending how previous cases we determine, people are going to say, well, in case 302, we did this, so that's our precedent going forward. There's an opportunity for people to start a new job as like a Kleros lawyer, who's going to understand all the Kleros case law and going to be able to say, well, in this situation, your contract needs to say this, or your market, your terms need to say this. In this situation, they need to say this because per the precedent in case 489, this is how it's handled.
There is already like a Kleros law firm. Don't have much case. And actually, I think people at the case 302 would have had a huge interest into hiring them. Let's see let's happen for Trump too.
What were the learnings of case 302? You mentioned a bit of this, but let's dig into that. What have we learned about oracles, about prediction markets, and how to frame these decisions for jurors, or how to make this work better?
Yeah, when kind of the whole case of 302 escalated, there was really not too much framework in place how certain questions should be interpreted, but the platform itself kind of already made the decision that they want to go with these very generalized questions. So in the case of the reports, it was only in the question, it was only asking were more than 1,000 deaths reported, but it was really not specified by which source and so on. And so I think this was now the first test to this philosophy. Is that actually a good approach? Other prediction market platforms, for example, Augur, I think they are going a little bit of a different way over there. Things are more specified, but this has then also other disadvantages. And so this was the very first test, and I think we learned a lot from it because we now are more aware of these weaknesses of these generalized questions, and we think that there needs to be a little bit more background so that jurors can actually make good arbitrations. And so what the platform in the end decided is that they still want to go with these very general questions because it's much more accessible for the users who want to participate on this platform, but one still needs a little bit more of the complexity, and that's why the platform generated these frameworks how things should be interpreted. For example, now if it comes to reports, definitely these general questions are allowed, but it is a clear instruction to jurors that they should look at quantities, like how many good resources were actually reporting that. Like in this case, there was definitely only one that was reporting higher numbers, but most of them were reporting lower numbers. So with that, jurors have a better way to make an actual arbitration. And also one should really take into account the quality of these reports from the different sources. So with that, I think with these new rules, the decision would have been different from the courts.
Yeah, and what is interesting is because here you had you have an external arbitration system. For Omen, they would maybe want to have a particular interpretation, but which was not the one most of the community members would have been in favor of. So here what happened is that the interpretation which was most favored by the community was the one executed. But then you had some change of rule by the XDAO governance, which means that in the future, you can have decisions which are interpreted in another manner. And here we see emerging a separation of power that we can see in classic government between like legislative and judiciary. So in this case, Kleros would be judiciary, the XDAO would be legislative. Where legislative, they change the law according to a specific set of events which happen, but it is not retroactive. So people who were in the first dispute are not impacted by the change of rule. We don't just say, okay, like you're gonna lose because that's all we want the rule to be. At first, we look at what the rule were when the dispute was created. And for the first dispute, you may have a change of law. But it is protecting the user to have this separation of power. Because if you have, for example, just the DXDAO, which was only one power and deciding of both the rule and both of the interpretation and the resolution. That would be strange for them to settle in one way, but then change the rule in another way. But here with the separation of power, you can perfectly do that. And sometimes we are in crypto, we are doing a lot of new things, and we are sometimes like kind of like going counter to what is currently made. We can also sometimes get inspiration by classic governance systems and good practice such as separation of power.
Good. I would like to dig a bit into like what goes into designing good oracles, because as we said, there is a situation where like malicious actors would want to attack an oracle to report a false decision and then, well, make money in a malicious way. So what things do the good mechanism designer consider when designing oracles?
Well, I think you need to assume that everyone is going to try to attack your system. Like you have a blockchain system, which are really relying on game theory and economics more than trust, because people tend to be anonymous. So you don't have this kind of like power which can jail bad actors. So you really need to have the economic incentive in place for people to behave currently. I think I spoke a bit about that in the previous talk. So you need to be able to have systems which are CB resistant. You need to wonder what will happen if you have some attacker with a huge amount of resources. You have to look what happens if people they are just motivated by gains and they are not really going to be honest. So you have a lot of frameworks to kind of like look at security of the system, and you really should look at it from economic perspective, not just thinking, okay, people are going to be nice, and if you tell them to do so, they're going to do so, because in practice, that's not what happens. If you have systems which can be exploited, either the systems are too small to be worth exploiting, or they're going to be exploited once they are big enough.
Anything to add to that answer? Or?
Yeah, just one thing to add. The thing that always kind of scares me about all of the crypto economic systems, I mean, generally, everything from Bitcoin on down has worked, to me surprisingly well. And I think Kleros is very impressive how well Kleros has worked, and also how well Augur has worked. I don't think Augur has ever settled the market wrongly, or at least not obviously wrongly. But the fundamental assumption at the base of it is that you've got a bunch of rational, self-interested actors, which is nothing like the world we actually live in, where we're surrounded by raging idiots. Right? So these assumptions that we made, especially when they become kind of social systems, if they're kind of very sort of dry economic systems used by experts, then that's one thing. But when we're making these systems that we're using, as we are, to kind of describe the world around us, and when that's bound up with kind of identity and all these kind of sort of human sort of monkey habits of thinking rather than with pure rationality, I don't think anybody really knows how people are going to respond in any given situation, and especially some of the situations that we can't really foresee, and some of the situations where a lot of the market participants might be kind of irrational, and a small number of the market participants might have some understanding of how they're irrational and be trying to exploit that. Because if you look at actual human systems, they all kind of look more like that second thing, right? They don't look exactly like a lot of rational people acting rationally. They look like some people with a bunch of varying goals, and some of them are sort of rational, and the people some of them have a grasp on the kind of irrationality that other market participants have, and they're able to exploit the irrationality of other market participants. And the terrifying thing about this is that you can kind of never really prove that a system works, right? You can never really be sure the crypto economic system works, because maybe it worked in the context of a rational actor model that you designed on paper. It's worked up till now in the social systems that it's come into contact with, but it may or may not work in future social situations.
You know, we had a talk yesterday by Ezequiel Winter, who is a game theory expert, and he was like, his topic was, decision making and emotions. Yeah, he used this concept of behavioral economics and constrained rationality. He didn't call them raging idiots. I think he used a more like academic term, but he was, I guess, thinking a bit about like people do not always behave with the rationality that these crypto economics models sometimes assume. So I don't know, what is your take on that, maybe, Alex? When you design a system, you assume like perfect rationality. What happens with the behavioral aspects of humans?
Yeah, I think this is very interesting, and economics are kind of struggling with exactly these questions since centuries, how to kind of model our behavior and then how to build out general economics with that. And yeah, we have to go through the same process for designing good arbitration and oracle processes. And yeah, my current take is that, at least currently for now, crypto really seems to be, because people need to mostly participate with a lot of stake in it. So I think overall, currently they are rationally driven, because they also have really a lot to lose, and that's not always the same case in the usual economies. So I think right now it's the right approach, but definitely I'm also sharing some of the concerns that Edmund has over there.
So I think what you have in the system is that they tend to be like to self-reject people who are not really rational. We can see in Claros people who are tend not to be coherent to the draw. They lose their stake across time. So they automatically lose some chance of being grown, and they automatically lose their voting power. In prediction market, people who are bad at making prediction, they automatically lose capital. So the impact of their action in the system is lowered compared to people who are good at making prediction. That's also one partial explanation of why, like, if you assume that prediction market odds will be wrong, it may just be that those prediction markets are quite new, and we did not have enough time for having transfer of capital from irrational actors to well-rational actors, and that in a few years, once a lot of those markets will have settled, people who will have bet on the correct outcome most of the time will have multiplied their capital by a few, maybe 10x, something like that. And people who would have voted, like bet more or less randomly, may have lost maybe half of the capital, and they will have less impact on the system than people who have betted correctly. So I think what's important for the system is that as they are used and as they grow, they should give more and more weight to good actors of the system rather to bad actors of the systems.
I guess Hayek would say that the price mechanism would like settle any price, any information inconsistency in the markets in some way. So
assuming they're resolved correctly.
Yeah. I'm seeing here William George, our research director. I don't know if you have any like take on this, if you're there, on the rationality assumption when building the models and behavioral economics and such.
Yeah, well, like you want to, one starts with models of rational markets because they're sort of easier to model, but like you certainly want to incorporate what we know about behavioral economics and human behavior, and the fact that there is a certain percentage of raging idiots in our world, and as you get more and more sophisticated models and more data from like how you've seen your users interact, like you can get maybe a little better sense based on sort of real world conditions. But it's true if you wind up in a black swan event where people are responding to a situation which is really different than the kind of situation you had before, it's hard to model that.
Yeah, good. So stay after this panel because William is going to give his talk so about the research challenges at Claros. And I think that we're approaching the final. I would like to a bit like zoom out from this like discussion about oracles and talk a bit more about the future possibilities that we might get from prediction market, and in particular this like really intriguing governance system called Futurarchy, right? Was introduced by Robin Hanson, I think in the 90s maybe, or not that early, but maybe Alex, you can tell us a bit like how Futurarchies work and why they could be a good idea.
Yeah, the basic we call it /line is basically that people should vote for their values and belief, and then they should bet on their beliefs. So basically, it is a governance tool where people should first, in some way, inject values, and with these values, metrics are built up. How a system would, which metrics they would like to fulfill, which metrics they would like to perform well with. And then as a next step, one can set up prediction markets that give the system an indication whether a certain act is something good or not. So with that, you can really build full government systems. And just to make it maybe a little bit more accessible, one concrete example could be whether a certain investment should be made or not, whether this is kind of good for an organization or not. And then one could kind of look at the stock value of this organization once this investment has been done, or whether it has not been done. And depending on what the actual what the actual prediction markets believe, one can then make the decision which is more likely to increase the overall value of the company, and with that have this good steering mechanism. And it is kind of seen as a good governance mechanism, although of course it has also all its trickies and issues, because basically the people who are participating, they need to bet on their things. Like they cannot just vote, but they really need to put up their own money onto it and kind of bet in these prediction markets what would be better. And this then of course encourages them to better research, to kind of be more involved, and yeah, in the end really put the money where their mouth is.
Yeah, and this is really, really interesting. I think one area where prediction markets have actually really shown their worth, actually also in this kind of electoral cycle as well, is in getting people to reveal inside information, right? So if you're trying to do, how should this company invest? Or the example Robin Hanson always gives is, should this company fire its CEO, right? And it's quite hard potentially for a company to get, the people who know the most about whether they should fire the CEO are probably the people who work at the company. But if the shareholders want to go and ask them, then they maybe have an incentive, unless they think the CEO is going to get fired, not to say bad things about the CEO, right? And so this information is often kind of locked inside an organization. And one thing that the markets were really good at this cycle, although they were all kinds of crazy about the Trump versus Biden odds, the VP contenders, they pretty much got, right. So they got they were on Kamala. There was a little bit of kind of volatility. There were a few times when they were wrong, but generally speaking, the markets worked out pretty early that Biden was going to pick Kamala Harris, and stuck with that till fairly late. So, and that was despite having a lot of problems like not enough liquidity and people not having access to the market. So they have this really good method of leaking this information that some participants have but don't necessarily want to give, and sharing that with everybody else. So that's a kind of an awesome property to have if you're trying to actually guide a decision, because all this information that people may not be incentivized to share, they are now incentivized to share. You could also use this in kind of sort of darker ways to kind of steal secrets from your competitor or something. If you want to work out what your competitor is going to do, you can make a prediction market on that, and then and maybe do a little bit of Facebook ads on their company's town, so that their employees will get those ads and participate in the market, and then you can find out what's going on, all these secrets they don't want to tell you. Sorry, I took us off of Futarchy a little bit, but
That's perfect.
but yeah, this property of just getting kind of secret information or insider information and putting it in the public domain is something that the prediction markets are definitely good at, and that's definitely useful in guiding the future.
Yeah, coming back on.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think coming back on Futarchy, I think what is really interesting about Futarchy is that you split between the outcome that people want and about the action which are required to achieve this outcome. So in Futarchy, you vote on value. You vote on what you want to happen. So you could vote, for example, on do you want to get less inequality? Do you want to get more wealth in a specific organization? So you can vote on all this kind of stuff. But then if you vote in classical system, these tend to be a bit like it's the same vote as what you want to do and at how to achieve it. So if you elect someone, you have one package which is what are their value, what they want to do, and how do they plan to do it. While with Futarchy, you can really split those two. So you can say, I give this particular weight to the economy, I give this particular weight to wealth inequality, I give this particular weight to the climate not changing. And then you have markets which are created, and those markets can give you information on where you can allocate resource to have the most impact on your goal, on the value you want to be fulfilled. And people who can know how to allocate those value, they probably are less, you probably have less of them compared to people who want to vote on the value. You want the value which are voted to be aligning the general society, the general member of your organization. So for that, it's really important for everyone to vote, because you have a problem. Either you only have the elite voting, and they tend to be better than general population at achieving the outcomes they want, but the outcomes they want may not be the outcome that the general population want. But now we go the other way, where you have the general population which votes, which are obviously better at designing value, that are the values the general population want, but they may be worse than some elite at finding the way to achieve those sort of value. And you have this problem of what the elite vote and the general public vote. They both have this problem. And Futarchy, I think it's about splitting this process in two parts, which one process which is open to anyone, which is determining the value, and another process which is more an economic process, which is more a process for people who are specialized. And when I say specialized, it can also be by domain. Like, for example, for the coronavirus, that will be people in the healthcare industry, which will be specialized, not necessarily economists. But for some other part, that will be economists, which will bet on this prediction market and determine probabilities of particular outcome being fulfilled. And then that can determine what people should do. And I think that's where Futarchy can be really impactful.
Good. We have a question of the audience, and it's regarding all of these things we have been discussing, of how important it is that people have skin in the game when they make decisions and put their money where their mouth is. So, and this says the following from Paula Arroyo. One of the most important issues in arbitration is the impartiality and independence of the arbitrators. In recent years, various proposals and codes of good practice have been put forward. Among them is the Code of Good Practice of the Spanish Arbitration Club, which provides that the outcome of the dispute should not be to the benefit or detriment of the arbitrator. With the Clero system, it is clear that the resolution of the dispute will have a direct impact on the benefit of the jurors. So what are the solutions you propose to ensure the independence of the jurors? I think Clément can answer this one.
So I think we are actually, well, you think it's a problem, actually it's even better than what the code will specify. So here you have a code which says that the outcome should not benefit juror or arbitrator. And I think this rule was made to avoid a conflict of interest between juror and the outcome. So for example, if it's, I don't know, if it's can we build this pipeline in this particular spot, probably you don't want to have juror which are living near this particular spot, because they will have a negative impact if they vote on yes, the rule allow to do that. So you want to avoid this conflict of interest of juror which would vote against the real result because the real result is affecting them in an adverse manner. With scleros, you have the opposite. If jurors vote on what is the real result, they're going to be positively affected by voting on the real result. So it's even better. So you can have like no conflict of you can have conflict of interest, you can have no conflict of interest, and here you have alignment of interest. So I think Claros is providing better guarantees on that because it's not just it should be zero, it should be positive to vote on actual result.
Yeah, I agree. That's definitely the case if, for example, the juror has not staked much more in the prediction markets where it could actually favor him. I also don't think that this is a big issue because most likely, like you're drawing these arbitrators on random, so it's very, very unlikely that somebody's picked who has a bigger stake. But I think still the question is legit in a way that sometimes this might happen. And the only way how I think one can avoid it is if one really brings in the idea, the identity of the arbitrators. But this is a little bit against many of the other concepts introduced, and also the anonymity of the arbitrators actually protects them in many ways and makes them less bribable. So I think it's a very interesting topic, and there are no very easy solutions, I would say.
Good. Well,
Yeah,
we have
have
run out of time. Just one last comment from you, Edmund, and then we close because we're running out of time. But
I was just going to say that bribery is a kind of a fascinating topic in crypto economics, where it's one of these things that, in theory, there are a lot of kind of bribery-related attack vectors, both to kind of the sort of Oracle systems and things that we build on top, and also to the platforms themselves, to the basic protocols. And we haven't really seen very much exploited in the wild, and it'll be interesting to see. It might be that just the way humans work, they don't really work. And it might be just that people haven't really gone into them. And once we see one successful one, that'll open the floodgates and everything's going to break. It'll be fun to see.
guys, thank you a lot for educating me in all of these fascinating use cases of prediction markets and also oracles, of course. This was a really interesting discussion. And well, we are going to do a small, short break now, and then we're back in like 7 minutes exactly with William George talk about research challenges in Claros. See you in 7 minutes.
Thank you, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
Hello again, guys. How are you? Very happy to have this conversation now. It's not a conversation, more a talk. We just yesterday had a panel by different people who discussed how game theory applies to Kleros, mechanism design. We had Ariel Winter. Today we had first Clement discussing a bit about the crypto economics at Kleros, and then the panel we just had with Edmund and Alex and Clement as well about the economic incentives that underlie the Kleros system. And so now we are going to discuss a bit, or William is going to present the types of research questions we have at Kleros to make the system more secure, more decentralized. So let me tell you a bit about William. He's our research director, as you know, and he has a PhD in mathematics from the University of Toronto. His thesis was on number theory problems related to elliptic curve cryptography. Subsequently, during postdoctoral fellowships at the University of Toronto, and not less than École Polytechnique in France, he has done research on applications of blockchains. This work resulted in several publications, particularly in the use of blockchains in identity management systems. And as I said, William is director of research at Kleros. And let me also add that when we have team meetings, he educates me about Opera and the intricacies of the political system in the United States. So William, please, your turn for present.
Okay, so thank you for the introduction. So I'll try to share my screen. Okay, so okay, so I can't see you anymore, so I can't tell if you're confused, but my screen should be sharing now.
It's working well.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, so I'm going to talk about some of the research questions that we think about, some of the problems and mechanism design we have in Kleros, and give you some sense of like where our current research is on some of these. So I'll hit a couple of topics in relative detail, and then maybe at the end I'll sort of like give brief descriptions of some of the other things we think about. There's lots of things to talk about in only limited time. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit about how we choose parameters. So like, what does that mean in Kleros? So when we create a Kleros court, we have our sort of tree of many courts, and different courts can be used for different applications. Each court has a variety of parameters that can be chosen in different ways, levers that can be pulled, things that can be tuned for different kinds of use cases. So these include the fees that are paid to jurors, the deposits that are required for them in order to stake, the maximum number of times that you can appeal a case. There are a few other things, but these are some of the important parameters. And then, like, when we create a new court, there's a governance proposal where the community votes on a new set of parameters. These can be changed, again, by a governance proposal. I often sort of generate, using like sort of the models that I'm about to describe, propositions to give to the governance proposal, and then people will decide whether or not those are acceptable or not, but in theory, anybody can do that. But what are the questions that, like, what do you want when you're tuning parameters? Like, what are your goals? And on a really basic level, your goal is to have honest participation in the protocol be profitable. You want jurors to, like, you want it to be worth the while of jurors to come and use their experience, their expertise as dispute resolution services to come and participate in Kleros. And you want various attacks to be unprofitable. And this gets to some of the points that Clement made earlier, that you want people who try to attack the system and break the system over time to gradually lose money, so they'll give up and go away, and or lose their stake in their system, so they'll have less and less weight. So one realizes pretty quickly when you're trying to reach those principles, achieve these goals, that in order to actually create a set of parameters for a given court, you need to make a variety of estimations about the population of jurors you have. If you're going to say, okay, like, I want it to be worth the while of jurors to judge some kind of case, and I have to like pay them enough for it to be worth their while, you have to have some guess of how much effort they have to spend to evaluate the case. Also, you need to have a sense of how likely they are to get the right answer, the answer that is ultimately decided by the majority in the last appeal, if they put in that effort. Sometimes people will make an honest effort and try to evaluate the case, and they'll still be wrong because like sometimes they're sort of relatively subjective cases. People have there are disagreements that can exist between reasonable people. So sometimes even if you put in the honest effort, you might be wrong anyway. So you should estimate like how often that happens to get a sense of the variability for jurors. And then also you need to have a sense of how likely you are to get the right answer if you don't put in the effort. And this gets to the idea of lazy voting and lazy attacks. So this is sort of what we want. One of the things we want to discourage when we're creating parameters. That if you can imagine that a juror could come along and be like, okay, I'm staking my PNK, I'm going to be drawn in some cases, but actually evaluating the cases, I don't want to bother with that. So they're then a lazy voter. They could, for example, they could vote randomly. They could just randomly pick between Alice and Bob, just pick one of them, or maybe they could be a little more sophisticated and say, okay, I'm in a court where there are a bunch of freelancer versus small business owner disputes, and the freelancer wins like 60% of the time, so I'm just always going to vote for the freelancer. And then the sort of T here is 60% because they'll get the right answer 60% of the time just by making no effort. So you want to avoid both of those strategies. You want to those should have negative expected returns because no effort is being made about like an individual case. So if too many people do this, the quality of the dispute resolution should degrade. So people who are doing this should be exited from the system by losing money. Particularly because like this kind of strategy can be automized. You can imagine someone creating a bot that would come and lazy vote. And if you get too many bots, they could take over the system. So you want each of them to lose a little bit of money over time. You get into sort of philosophical questions or like if somebody creates a really sophisticated bot that looks at the actual case and looks at the details of the case and then votes based on that, is that still a lazy vote? If the bots are providing good enough dispute resolution services, if they're competitive with jurors, maybe not. That's sort of like an edge case. But definitely, if you have a bot that's just not looking at the details of the case, that should lose money. And we can be a little more nuanced in the kinds of estimations we make about the population of jurors, in addition to the things I described before, like our jurors might be risk averse. So here, maybe they have this sort of coefficient of risk aversion, this lambda that's in the lower right corner. There can be other things. You can have more and more sophisticated models of your jurors. You can get some of this information just by looking at the blockchain and looking at the past history of cases. So for example, you can go to Claroscan or Claros board, and you can see the percentage of time people have been coherent historically. And you're like, okay, maybe not all of those people were actually putting in honest effort, but the average coherent rate should at least be like a lower bound on the rate of times people have the rate of success of getting the right answer if you put in the honest effort. Similarly, you can look at the percentage of rate of the most common outcome, and the lazy vote is going to be at least as good as that because people can choose the most common outcome, as I described before, and lazy vote with that. So you can get estimations from the past history based on for some of these parameters or some of these estimations. It's also worth noting that some of these things we have to estimate about our population of jurors are actually like not really constants and interrelated with each other. So you can come up with more sophisticated models that say, okay, like an individual, they're putting in, like they don't just put in effort or not put in effort. They might put in medium effort or lots of effort. And you can imagine that if they put in like more and more effort, like their probability of going right starts at T, the lazy vote probability, and it goes up quite a lot, like sharply, for sitting in mild amounts of effort. If they put in like more effort, there's a diminishing return and sort of levels out, and their probability doesn't go up very much more. And then this curve, this will depend from one person to another. Some people might put a little bit of effort and get a really high probability really quickly. Other people might need more time. And what you can imagine, so if we had like enough data to reconstruct the curve for our sort of average user, so this sort of gets to like, how do we get to these estimations when we don't have other than the P and T that we can sort of see on Claroscan? So you might get feedback on Telegram from users if they think they're putting in too much effort, not like being paid a lot compared to the effort they're putting in. You could eventually do like lab experiments. In order to get like a good sense of what this curve actually looks like, you would probably need to actually have like some kind of lab experiment where you gradually tune the amount of time you give people for like various kinds of cases, and you see what percentage time they're right at different intervals of time. But like in theory, you can imagine this curve at least heuristically, and you're like, okay, if people like are putting a group population of people that are putting an honest effort, they might fall into some kind of equilibrium where actually like maybe they put in a little more, a little less, as long as they're in the sort of meaty part of the curve, far away from the axis. Like those might all have positive expected returns. But what, again, you really want to avoid is if you get close to the y-axis, you know, then you're close to the near no effort lazy voting, that should have a negative return. Okay. So with that sort of kind of reasoning in mind, you can say, okay, like what is the expected return for my honest user? Well, if they get like they have a 1 minus p chance, so just with the sort of simple model for the moment as a heuristic, if they have a 1 minus p chance of just being wrong, unfortunately, if they put in an honest effort, well, they lose their effort, so that's E. They lose their gas because they had to peg gas to peg this transaction, which they got wrong, unfortunately, and they lose a deposit. So they're out D gas effort, and that's a loss. Maybe that stings more than an equivalent gain, so maybe it's weighted by lambda because of risk aversion. But if they're right, well, there's a p chance of that. They get, what do they get? Well, like that depends on how the other jurors do. So there's some expected return that's sort of, you know, conditional on them having been coherent. There's some varying payoffs that they get, and you can take the average of that. And you can see that roughly, this is the fees you pay, the average fee you pay the juror, plus the deposit, minus the deposit weighted by the risk aversion factor, minus gas and epsilon, or gas and effort rate by like the risk aversion factor as well. Which, you know, makes sense if, you know, your risk aversion is 1, so you're risk neutral, the deposits cancel out, and basically you're being rewarded your fees minus your effort and minus gas. And we want that to be positive. We want jurors to be that are honest to be incentivized to like continue to want to come back because they're making honest positive returns. Similarly, you can compute the lazy strategy expected return. Similar reasoning, you get another constraint. You want that expected value to be negative. And there are, of course, other kinds of attacks. There's not just the lazy attack. There are various kinds of bribes, frivolous appeal attacks, and each of these, or many of these, come with some kind of constraint that we want on our parameters. For example, for p plus epsilon attacks, which is a special kind of bribe, maybe see some of my other talks if you're interested in p plus epsilon attacks, you can see that they have really high budget requirements. The attacker has to be able to lock up a lot of money in order to be able to credibly make a p plus epsilon attack. And if they can't make it credibly, it sort of falls apart. And then you can say, okay, like I can compute the budget required for that. And it turns out, based on the way that the like number of jurors in Claros cases grows over the number of appeals, that it's roughly order of 2 to the max number of rounds squared times the deposit that a juror can lose per incoherent vote. And this square is really important, like because it's at the amount of budget required for people's epsilon attack is actually growing much faster than the amount of P and K that's just being staked by jurors in these cases. And you can get to the point where you can say, okay, the amount that the attacker has to lock up, if the max number of appeals is high enough, is actually larger than any realistic attacker budget. It could actually be higher than the total amount of P and K in circulation. So maybe that's another constraint. So you have now a constraint on deposit and max number of rounds. And then you try to find parameters that fit into all of these constraints. So here I have, like this is ultimately like a multi-dimensional thing. You'll have like an axis for the fees you pay jurors. You'll have another axis for the deposits. You know, there may be an axis for the number of maximum rounds, conceivably other axes. But here for simplicity, I just have the expected return jurors make compared to the fees. So, you know, for a fixed choice of deposits, et cetera. And, you know, in this sort of multi-dimensional space, that you have a bunch of constraints and you want to find things that satisfy all the constraints. So there's some kind of, you know, like you have some simplex or something that satisfies all the constraints and you want to find parameters that fit in that. And again, you want the honest like strategy to be positive and all the attacks to have negative returns. So ultimately you want to find something in this sort of like region. I guess I can't use my mouse to point at stuff on the graph, but the sort of like region on the x-axis between the red and the blue lines are choices of F that will give you positive expected returns of honesty and negative expected returns of laziness. And then you can be a little more sophisticated and you can say, okay, well, some of the like estimations about my population of jurors, they came with like sampling error. They, like maybe there's uncertainty in those. Things that I used in these equations about like gas prices, those vary. The price of PNK and ETH also vary. So these lines move around, and ideally we want values and parameters that will still be good even if the lines move a little bit, and between like one parameter update and the next. It's interesting that the lazy payoff curve is more sensitive to gas prices than the honest bet strategy curve, which makes sense because if you're lazy voting, like you're going to be wrong much more often than the honest voters, and your idea is sort of that like you make a little bit if it's profitable on each case, and like that adds up over time. But if the gas prices are high, that can eat into that. So that's at least one advantage of high gas prices, that it makes the lazy voting less attractive. Also interesting is that this like red curve, the honest strategy curve, again, this depends from juror to juror because different jurors take different like amounts of effort. So if you sort of compare this to sort of classical models of supply and demand and normal pricing of markets, like different jurors here, maybe will be sort of like different points on your supply curve, your supply dispute resolution services curve. So that as you like move further down the curve, maybe move further down the supply curve, the red line will move around. Maybe for some jurors, there are no set of compatible parameter values, and those are jurors that are sort of priced out of the market dispute resolution services. So there are interesting interactions here between sort of classical pricing, supply and demand, and like where you are on supply curve, creating this sort of like space in your multi-dimensional space of parameters that gives you an acceptable choice of parameters. So this kind of like supply and demand versus attack resistance and how they interact is interesting, I think, and there are further things we can continue to explore here to have like more and more sophisticated models to choose better parameters. Okay, so that's one thing that I wanted to talk about. Another subject that I will briefly hit on is that of managing information flow in Claros. So when any cryptoeconomic system, any game theoretic system, what players know is really important. What information they have that affects the game. And one particularly important piece of information for a shelling point based game is what you know about how the other jurors are going to vote. So you can imagine if you're one of the jurors, say the juror on the left, and you see the dude in the middle say, I'm voting for Bob, like that might affect how you're going to vote. You might think that maybe there wasn't a clear shelling point before. Maybe you think that like that extra piece of weight towards voting for Bob makes it more of a shelling point. Maybe like you sort of lazy vote in a different kind of sense and you copy the middle dude because you think, well, he's voting for Bob. It must be a reasonable choice. So that's not great because it can lead to like overdependence in the voting for the jurors, less rigorous decision making. People can attack this by sort of pre-revealing votes that aren't actually honest, herd behavior. So you want to avoid this. You want to avoid too much vote copying by people. So a typical way that people have dealt with this in cryptoeconomic systems, or at least one common proposition, is use something called commit and reveal. So here the idea is you take a random number, symbolized by the dice. You take your vote, symbolized by the voting box. You take them together and you put them into a cryptographic hash function. A cryptographic hash function, if you're not familiar with that, is basically it's a way of getting like a fingerprint of a piece of data. So that if you put in different data, you get a different fingerprint, but if you have the fingerprint, you can't really reconstruct the data. So then that comes out as the hash sign, and there's a sort of a two-stage voting process where first people commit to their vote and then they reveal their vote. So in the commit stage, the voter just like publishes the hash, and then later on, he will come back and he'll publish his salt, the random value, and his actual vote. And people can check that it like put it into the hash function, see that it hashed the same thing. And because of the way hash functions work, he couldn't have voted some other way. He could and still have had that match his hash. So that's a common proposal. However, there are sort of usability issues with this that get to the sort of maintaining, balancing cryptoeconomic incentives and user experience. So for one thing, you have this sort of two-stage process. People have to do two things, potentially, a priori 2 Ethereum transactions 2 times. They have to pay gas. Moreover, people might come back. They might have made an honest effort, voted in the commit phase, and then they might just not come back in the reveal phase. They might forget. Maybe they're on a plane. Who knows? Maybe their phone's off. And then you get to the reveal phase, and everybody reveals their vote except for the dude in the middle. And everybody sees what hash value he put out in the commit phase, and they're like, okay, what's his vote? Nobody knows. And this gets to a sort of key difference between a decentralized system like Kleros and a centralized system. In like a normal and a traditional centralized system, you can imagine that there's some trusted third party who knows everybody's votes. When you vote, the trusted third party sees it. He keeps them secret. He or she keeps them secret. And then once everybody's voted, they publish everything or whatever. They tabulate the results. But there's somebody who knows your results to bail you out if you're not there to reveal your vote. In Kleros, in a decentralized system on the blockchain, there's no one to bail you out if you don't reveal your own vote. Nobody else knows your vote. So that's, that can be kind of unforgiving because maybe this guy made like a serious effort, and you have to slash him if he doesn't reveal his vote because, he could have voted for Alice. He could have voted incoherently. And the fact that he didn't reveal can't be used as an excuse to like penalize him less. So one thing that we're considering doing sooner rather than later to sort of alleviate this problem, make it less less harsh on users, is to maybe have like an app on your phone or something in your browser that remembers how you voted. So no one knows your vote except for you, but your phone is sort of an extension of you. It knows your salt, the random value knows your vote. And then when the time comes to reveal the vote, the phone will just do it if you don't. And that, that works as long as, your phone's not off. If you're on flight mode, it's still not ideal. One solution that's a little more out there, which we might explore, maybe it's like worth it, is to use something called threshold encryption. So like this is sort of an extension of public key, private key cryptography. So in normal public key, private key cryptography, you have a public key that you can use to encrypt messages. And then whoever has the private key, so the public key is obviously public, anyone can encrypt messages. And whoever has the private key can read those messages. Here you have a public key that it can encrypt messages, but the private key is split into pieces and no one has the whole thing. And in order to read messages, you have to reassemble the pieces of the private key. So what you can do is you can have each juror during the sort of commit phase, they have a mechanism where they set up a public key, private key threshold pair between them. They each get a piece of the key. And then when it comes time to reveal their vote, they reveal their actual vote, the salt, the random value, the vote, and they reveal their piece of the key. So if this dude forgets, he's on a plane, whatever, but they have these other 2-3 pieces of the key, that's enough to reconstruct the whole key. And then you can see that the other guy's vote, because he encrypted it under this public key, this threshold key, you can then use the reconstructed key to decrypt it and see his vote. So this might be worthwhile. You can imagine issues where like the 2 jurors could collude against the third. That's not great, particularly when the set of jurors is small. But if, for example, you have like a large pool of jurors on like a late round appeal, there are dozens of jurors. If you need half of them to reconstruct the key, or maybe a little more than half, this could be viable. And this again gives like another out to people who don't reveal the vote. So all of that. Oh, and then there's a proposal of Peterson from a while ago now that manages to do this without a trusted party. So that's really key because a lot of the trusted encryption, threshold encryption schemes that exist assume that somebody sets it up for you and then they know the whole private key. But that kind of defeats the point because then they know how your vote is working, and like the goal is to avoid having trusted third parties like that. So that's a possibility at some point in the future. So that all makes hiding your vote more viable as like a user experience issue. But it doesn't really get to this other more fundamental issue that even if you had commit and reveal, if you have if the votes are being hidden like this, if it's in jurors' incentive, like if they're incentivized to reveal their vote, they'll just do it anyway, at least if they're sort of acting economically rational. So this gets the idea of a pre-revelation attack. If a juror thinks, okay, if I reveal I'm in the commit phase, I'm going to publish my hash because the contract tells me to do that, but then I'm also just going to go on Telegram and put my vote in my salts, and anybody can check that against my hash, because I think that other people will see that, and they'll be more likely to vote for how I voted. It's a shelling point system, so like that will help me. So that's, you want to avoid this. Currently, so there, I'm going to describe a variety of ways that you can disincentivize that kind of behavior, or at least make it not so bad. So currently, the way this works, so commit and reveal in Kleros is coded into the contract. It's something that can be turned on or off. Well, it's something that can be turned on when you create a court. It's a parameter that is part of a court. Because of this user experience versus like cryptoeconomic security questions, it's maybe not appropriate for every court. But we think that's okay because of what I call the lone voice of reason jackpot phenomenon, which is sort of defense against this pre-revelation behavior that's based on how the incentive system works and how the appeal structure works. So if one of the jurors pre-reveals his vote, then if you're another juror and you're like, okay, I think Alice is right, and I just saw that this dude revealed his vote for Bob, there's sort of two forces tugging at you. On one hand, you might think, okay, Bob is slightly more likely to win than I thought before, because this dude pre-revealed, that's one more vote for Bob, and also, like, maybe he's right. Maybe I was wrong when I thought Alice was going to win. But on the other hand, because of the way the incentive system works, redistribution of lost juror deposits and arbitration fees is done by round. So, for example, if this juror votes for Alice and then in appeal, she's like, Alice wins, and say the juror was the only person in her round who voted for Alice, then she gets the lost deposits from both of the other jurors and all of the arbitration fees in her round. So if you see one vote for Bob and you think, okay, Alice, I think is going to win an appeal, like the fact that you saw a vote for Bob means that your payout for voting for Alice correctly goes up. You'll get a piece of that guy's lost deposit if Alice ultimately wins an appeal. So on one hand, like maybe Bob's a little more likely to win. On the other hand, your payout for voting for Alice is higher. So like, ideally it averages out so that you're still, if you think Alice is like right, are more or less as likely to vote for her as you would have been before. In the future, which this sort of just summarizes what I just said, in the future, there are other things we could do that could further sort of disincentivize Bob, the juror, from revealing his vote. There's a blog post by Vitalik from a few years ago. There he describes something called anti-pre-revelation games in this context. So here you can bet on how other people are going to vote. So in addition to the sort of normal Claros system, people will also put a deposit when they're a juror that can be slashed if people correctly bet on how they're going to vote. So when I vote, I also like say, okay, I'm betting that this middle juror is going to vote for Bob. And if I'm right, I get a piece of his deposit. And then the way Vitalik's proposal is calibrated, if you bet that someone is going to vote for like the obvious right answer that everybody votes for, well, you're not wrong, so you don't lose anything. But you also didn't like provide any information because like you just voted for the like option that everybody else also voted for, so you don't win anything. But if you correctly bet that someone's going to vote for Bob, for example, when everybody else votes for Alice, then you get a piece of his deposit. And some work I did with Clement a while ago now, we see that when you like plug this into Claros, it sort of works. As long as the pre-revealer has less than half of the votes, assuming some things about the deposits, some assumptions, then for each outcome there exists a Nash equilibrium where the remaining jurors will take strategies that result in that outcome winning with probability close to 1. There's some bound. And the idea is that like, well, if somebody pre-reveals on behalf of the dishonest outcome, there's still a Nash equilibrium where people will like coordinate around the honest outcome. If people pre-reveal with the and bet on the guy who pre-revealed, and somebody pre-reveals on behalf of an honest outcome, well, that's not going to dissuade them other jurors from voting for the honest outcome. They'll still coordinate around the honest outcome. So the Schelling principle still works. So that's one possibility. It's a little complicated because it adds this whole second layer of structure. It's like this whole extra game that didn't exist and sort of, that like had to be added on top of Claros. Another possibility would be use Claros itself to punish pre-revelation. So here, like you can imagine naively that you could have a contract that would punish people for pre-revealing. If like somebody's salt, their random value is circulating on Telegram, you could like take that to the contract and be like, I caught this guy pre-revealing, here's his salt, please slash him and pay me. But this gets to a problem with sort of like dumb smart contracts that don't have good oracles and aren't flexible enough in that, yeah, okay, like you can slash them, but if their salt is given to the contract, but you don't have to in order to pre-reveal, they can do other things. They don't just have to pre-reveal their salts. For example, they could issue a zero knowledge proof saying that they possess a salt that corresponds to a given vote. They could create some kind of elaborate smart contract that penalizes themselves if they vote a way that's different from the way they're supposed to vote. So like a dumb smart contract can't really look at this kind of variety of phenomena and determine whether someone's pre-revealing or not. But human beings can, so leaning into like a Claros-based solution, you could imagine that someone's like has a little bit of an extra deposit when they're a juror, and then within some time period, somebody can like challenge them and say, okay, I caught this person pre-revealing. Here's my evidence. I have their salt or I have their zero knowledge proof or whatever, timestamped, or I put that into another block. And then I can give that to So it was within the commit period before the reveal period. And then human beings in the court, some special court of pre-revelation court, can see if this guy pre-revealed or not. If so, he's slashed. So those are the topics I want to go to in substantial detail. Then just to wrap up, I'll hit on like one sentence on some of the other things we think about. So sort of parallel to the information flows question, there are questions of confidentiality. How can you have like situations where parties have confidential information that jurors can look at? There's sometimes you can do things around zero-knowledge proofs, but like not always. So those are some interesting research questions. There's some interesting things related to social choice theory. If I have like a voting system where I ask jurors like they're between multiple non-binary outcomes, you have some of the phenomena that like you generally have in the theory of election systems. Different voting systems sort of have different pluses and minuses, and like their impossibility theorem saying you have no perfect voting system. There are interesting questions relating to scalability, where we hope that the Ethereum community will solve a lot of the scalability problems for us. Obviously, the gas prices are an issue and have been an issue recently, and there's that's something we have to think about. So we hope that like ETH2 will launch sooner rather than later, and that like optimistic rollup will be available and will solve our issues. To some degree, we had to adapt Claros to that because Ethereum will have changed. There are also potential ways if those things have roadblocks that like Claros itself could be used as like an Oracle-based scaling solution, like a version of optimistic rollup where you basically plug in an Oracle to remove some of the current issues with, well, some of the things that could potentially be stumbling blocks of optimistic rollup. So that's something we've thought about. If you're interested in those topics, I suggest you check some of the blog articles I've written on the Claros blog, where I go into them in more depth. So then just to summarize, when you choose parameters, there are a variety of constraints, and then good choices of parameters have come down to like satisfying all these constraints. Some of the constraints depend on the jurors. You get into these interesting sort of like interplay between supply and demand kind of ideas, and like finding parameters in the space of mutually acceptable parameters that satisfy all the constraints. And then for information flow questions, the flow of information affects the nature of the game. So we want to like channel the information in a way that like makes the game as well designed as possible. It's part of the mechanism design. And in order to do that, you use both a mix of technical, cryptographic, and game theoretic tools. Okay, so that's all. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to respond to them.
Thank you, William. That was amazing. And we have time for one question if someone has it. So yeah, let's give people a few seconds. I think everything was very clear, especially the equations. And so that was great. Yeah, really. And what I really like about your presentation, you make it accessible for a more or less a layman audience. So that's really, really good, great thing to do. Okay, so if there are no questions, we will meet back here in 7 minutes for the talk by Matt on Curate. See you in 7 minutes exactly. Hello again, guys. Here we are moving forward with the conference. And now we have a very special talk. We mentioned a bunch of times already in the conference about the curation use cases in Kleros. We use this for curating content, and also the crypto asset use case that we mentioned yesterday for having the community define what is a list of acceptable crypto assets complying with a number of features. So at one point we said, why don't we generalize this principle of curation and have like anyone be able to create their own list to have the community curated with the crypto economic incentives that Kleros can provide to do this in a transparent and in a fair way. So this is the result of this is the DApp Curate that is being developed by Matt. Let me tell you a bit about Matt. He's a software engineer passionate about governance and privacy. He was introduced to blockchain technology in 2017 while developing a decentralized voting system solution for his bachelor thesis. Before joining Kleros, Matt worked on large-scale enterprise software used by the Brazilian Department of Justice and the Brazilian Air Force. And when he's not working software, Matt likes to practice rock climbing and calisthenics, and also play the guitar, which was not in the bio, but I also know that. So please, Matt, your turn for presenting Curate.
Thanks for the introduction. Okay, so as Fede mentioned, my talk is going to be about generalized DCRs, but for this presentation, I'd like to talk about it more focused on actually the whole web. So usually when we talk about crypto, we're really talking about Web3 and how we can apply for Web3, but actually curation could be used for Web2 today. And I think that's where the most significant use is where it's at. So every day when we're using the internet or when we're seeing something on Instagram or on Twitter or on YouTube, we're actually participating in claims. So whoever made the video is making a claim that that video adheres to the policies of YouTube. Whoever publishes some story on Instagram is promising that that content adheres to Instagram's policies. And even when we attend a conference like this one, the participants are making a promise that they will behave and according to some social contract policies of good behavior. So like the issue with that arise today when it comes to news and these claims is that it becomes very difficult to assess whether the claims that are being made are real or not, whether they are factual or whether they have some component of dishonesty. So with politicians, they can say, oh, I've never been involved with corruption by some policy or by some definition of corruption that they have. Or you can have some news articles saying that they never publish fake news according to their own policies of what fake news is. And companies are now using strategies to market themselves as being eco-friendly or being politically correct or whatever it is, and it becomes hard to fact check them. We have also like mobs attacking tweets. We have people attacking content, YouTube videos. And we have scams. Token listings are claims about whether a project is legit or not, and whether it adheres to some criteria of the exchange or not. And like all of these claims, they have like a problem with them when it comes to the curation. And a lot of people complain about it, but they don't really tackle the core of the issue, which I think Curate has the potential to do along with Kleros. So today we have a lot of people reporting tweets. We have people reporting Twitter accounts. We have people reporting ways of counting elections, for example, of some region. We try to report scams or phishing websites. But the real issue is that the current situation is not fine because the policymakers and the people that judge the cases are the same. So if you take like YouTube, for an example, YouTube, of course, is a company, but they concentrate the power of making the law. And if someone reports some video to them or some channel, they are also the judges. And if they rule according to their own laws that the content is violating their policies, they enforce the ruling. So they have the executive power, the legislative power, and also the judicial power. But we don't have to do that. With Kairos, we can bring, at least for the creation part, we can give a tripartition of powers in that area. So we can allow the general public or the users of the platforms to write the law. And it doesn't matter if you're like right, left, up, or down. Eventually, you will need to agree to some compromise and what both sides think is correct definition of fake news, or what is the correct definition of, let's say, a scam or whatever it is. But both sides or all sides get to participate in the writing of the law. And when it comes to judge, of course, Claros does not picky. Even the project owners, we cannot interfere with the rulings. So besides Web 2, Web 3 also needs arbitration, or rather Web 3 needs curation. And the most interesting case that we have right now is for the creation of tokens on DEXs, so that people don't fall from scam tokens or scam token addresses. But if you remember, some time ago, MetaMask was delisted from the Apple Store and the Play Store, and a lot of people got mad about it. But maybe we could just use Curate as well for listing applications on the Apple Store, on the Play Store. Of course, I'm quite skeptical that those companies will think that this is a good idea, because of course they want to retain power, but this provides at least a path for us to build alternatives to it. And also another one that was brought up some time ago was related to Gitcoin grants. So some people would put up some fake project, or not really fake projects, but they would then fund themselves so that they can get a part of the total funding of donations. And so Gitcoin implemented a system to detect that, but this is something that Curate could do and also Kairos could do. So the objective of curation in general is to move from a world where we have cloudy, unorganized, or uncertain, obscure claims to one where we can fact check them. And after the fact check is done, people can go and look how it was done and what were the people, well, not the people, but what were the reasoning behind the jurors' thinking, what was the evidence presented, and what are the policies. And if they're not satisfied with the policies, then they can participate in writing a new one. So do we have any battle-tested solutions? So dojos and trials and other applications were brought up before during the conference, but I'd like to go over our most famous case of token-created registries, which is the T2CR. And the T2CR is basically a list of tokens, of token information, and a couple of badges, which are arbitrable TCRs like itself, but for addresses, and which allow for users to attest that a token follows a certain criteria.
So one thing, we can't see your screen. There's something.
Oh, you can't see my screen? Oh, wow.
No. Well, everything was very clear anyway, but you only, yeah, there's a share screen at the bottom.
Okay. Is it working now?
Yeah, perfect.
Okay. So yeah, going forward with the T2CR. The objective of the T2CR was, or the best use case for it was to combat fraud in exchanges, while also allowing for any project to participate in the listing process. So the process is basically that anyone can submit their token for the T2CR, and somehow the application will sort out which ones should not be listed because they contain incorrect information, or if the token is attesting to some badge, whether that project does not adhere to the listing criteria for that badge. And this is what it looks like right now. Actually, the only thing that's updated there is the number of tokens. We are approaching 600 tokens as of today. So the process is basically someone submits token information, and there's people just looking constantly at the registry trying to make money and find fraud. So this is like the police. And they scrutinize the project, And if the submission is fine, or if it has some incorrect information, then Bob comes and challenges with a deposit as well. And the two deposits get locked in the contract. And finally, Claros will decide which party is correct. So if Alice submitted some incorrect information, then Bob gets her deposit as a reward for his detective work. And we have some interesting cases. This one, for example, was of a token called Wire Chain. And one of the challengers figured out and did some investigation and learned that the CTO described in the white paper was a member of a group that never exists in Oxford. So they actually called up Oxford to check this out. And after there was a challenge, the team actually corrected their white paper. But the challenger also found fake social media profiles, and finally they ended up winning the case. So this was actually a quite high-profile case with several tens of ETHs locked. So today we have Uniswap taking the token to create a list of tokens for itself. So if you want to use it, you can select it from the list of tokens. It is the biggest or the most comprehensive list of tokens that is also decentralized. So anyone can participate, anyone can remove tokens from there. And this should allow people to not fall for wrong addresses of tokens anymore. So as of today or of tomorrow, almost $1 million passed through the contracts. This is both the T2CR and all of the badges associated with it, and around 2,074 ETH. So then the question arose, could we maybe reuse this recipe? Maybe we could use the token created registry to select politicians that are not corrupt according to some criteria. So in Brazil, we have the clean slate law for politicians, but it's quite it's quite contentious. Like in the last presidency, people would try to interpret it in the various different ways to allow for a candidate to be president or be a candidate. And we can solve like these types of disputes by allowing every side to participate in the process. And we also have some attempts at ranking politicians. So here we have two apps. One is called like Politician Ranking on the left, and the other one is called Comprova on the right. And all of them also suffer from the same issues of bias. So people complain that, oh, it's easy to rank this one first and that one if you do not account for this part. So the tripartition of powers is still lacking there. And finally, we will eventually need to create all types of content when we have decentralized storage for the Web3. And when we do have that, we'll see probably more serious attempts at building social media platforms, like an actual decentralized Facebook, decentralized YouTube, and we'll need curation for that content as well. So how could we possibly build that? So this again is the interface of Curate. It's online since I think, well, since the first part of this year. And it was a showcase of what we could make an app store look like, so that people, or at least it becomes harder for people to take down dApps. And we also have the badges, which are an attestation that the same item was submitted in another TCR. So for example, if you have a token on a TCR, it attests that the information of the token is correct. But perhaps you want to know more about it. Perhaps you want to know whether the team is real, whether the white paper has been copied from someone. And that's where badges come in. So the downside of building TCRs for every application is that they're expensive. And but we don't have to build it every time. If the only thing that changes is the content of each item, then we can build a generalized TCR that allows for arbitrary data to be submitted to it. And that's what we did with Curate. We built a tool for anyone to build their own TCRs if they have a use. And this is what it looks like today in production. So we've got quite a few TCRs created by the community. You can check it out if you want on create.claros.io. But the one that I want to talk about next is Omen. So you probably heard about Omen verified markets on Twitter regarding prediction markets for the elections of the US. What you may not know is that besides using Claros for the Supreme Court of what is the truth, Omen also uses it to verify that a market is valid. So for example, if someone wants to create a market, they ask a question, maybe the question is too open and the Oracle cannot correctly or reliably give a proper answer to it. So Omen has a process for verification, which is basically just submitting the market to Omen verified markets TCR. And people that want to make money check it for to see if the market is violating the policies. And if you go to Omen, I think like this, you can always select Claros as the validator of the markets, but soon you will be able to also send markets to verification right from the Omen interface. So I'd like to leave some time for questions. So I went through a bit quickly through the talk. So yeah, feel free to ask any questions. And if you want to reach out to me, I am MTS Link on Twitter, or you can reach out to me directly on Telegram or on the Claros groups.
Well, if there are no questions, then so this is the end for this morning or my morning sessions, and then we are going to go for a lunch break now, and we reconvene at 18 hours UTC, and then in this afternoon, in my afternoon, we're going to discuss another application of curation, which is a proof of humanity, and we're going to discuss Linguo, this translation DApp that we briefly discussed before. The dispute resolver, and then some closing words. So yeah, see you in a bunch in a while at 18.
Just wanted to correct 1830. It's 1830, not 1800. So it'll be in some 40 minutes time.
Okay. Yeah, sorry, 1830. Good.
Yeah.
See you.
Yeah. All right.
45 minutes. Bye, guys.
See ya.
Nice dog.
Hello, guys. Welcome again to Kleros conference. We're about to start the afternoon sessions. Well, afternoon for me. For some of you, it might be late, the evening now. Now I'm very, very happy to introduce and to present a good friend of mine who has been working with me, and we've been like working together in this decentralized governance space for a while now, like more years than we want to remember, actually. And so let me introduce to you to Santi City. Santiago City was born in Buenos Aires, a fellow country, of mine. He started his career in the Argentinian gaming industry. He created a game called Football Deluxe. Then he went on to create Popego, a firm doing big data based on social media. So he knows a lot about all these Facebook algorithms and elections. In 2012, Santi became the founder of Partido La Red, of the Net Party in Argentina, a political movement to promote citizen engagement through the use of open source software. 2 years later, Santi founded the Democracy Earth Foundation, a nonprofit which develops governance infrastructures for crypto networks. He's author of the book Hacktivism, and because of his involvement with innovation and high tech, some have dubbed him the Steve Jobs of the Pampas. So, Santi, welcome to the Kleros conference. We're very, very looking forward to hearing you speak.
Hi, Fede. Hi, everyone, the Kleros community. It's an honor to be here for such an important event, for a project that I've been following since the very early days, and with a lot of good friends and colleagues trying to push out there a key innovation for blockchains to take over the world, right? I prepared a brief presentation to address the idea of proof of personhood, which is this area of interest and research that we have been collectively trying to address across different projects, different ideas that have emerged out of the entire Ethereum ecosystem. And I'm gonna share my screen now so I can go into the presentation. But the idea is to address a little bit of what has been happening in this space of personhood proofs and where we can go from here. Let me share my screen. And here's my presentation. So, as Fede described, I'm a co-founder of Democracy Earth Foundation. We're a nonprofit organization that builds, that tries to advance democracy in the information age. And the way we do it is by building technology that can help deploy democracies anywhere there's an internet connection. Anywhere there's an internet connection, make sure that all of the software we do is open source and free, and use censorship-resistant networks to prevent coercion from powerful state actors and non-state actors. So throughout the 5 years of the history of the company, we have been doing all kinds of democratic pilots around the world where we were able to test technology to see what works, what doesn't work, what makes sense, what doesn't make sense. And throughout these past 5 years, we have worked with non-profit organizations, parliaments, government, political parties, and distributed networks. Just to give you a quick overview of our past and how we entered into the big challenge of trying to figure out democracy in the information age. As Fede described, my personal history with this goes back to 8 years ago when we started a political party called Partido de la Red, the Net Party back in Buenos Aires, where we had candidates committed to voting Congress always according to what people say, how people ask them online how to do. So we would get a cyber legislator voting every bill based on a digital tool where participants would be citizens being able to engage with democracy in a more direct way. We ran for one election, we got 1% of the votes. It was madness and an incredible experience to get into politics, but also incredibly frustrating. We needed 3% to get the candidate elected, but at least in 2014, we were able to make the first official pilot of a digital direct democracy tool in Latin America, where we tested a technology that used open source software, and 30,000 participants engaged voting for 16 bills, each one introduced by a party in Congress. In 2015, we got the attention of Y Combinator. We moved to California, and that's when we started the Democracy Earth Foundation. Just to the problem of the biggest breakthrough that we need to advance this agenda is without doubt the idea of establishing or formalizing human identity in a way that's civil resistant, in a way that's AI resistant, and in a way that is also privacy preserving. And this is a big challenge, but one of the main reasons we do believe in the opportunity or the possibility of making this with blockchain-based networks or decentralized networks is that when we were first doing our software with the client-server architecture, simply the fact that the database is being managed by one person or a handful of persons, if that person has a bias in the outcome of an election, that person can influence severely how things are being voted. It can delay certain people from registering in the database or accelerate other people from registering in the database. So the client-server architecture is prone to all these kinds of attacks in any digital democracy system. That's why it's critical to start building using blockchain-based technology. We learned this from our pilots. We've done pilots in many places around the world. Some places like Colombia, we did a referendum for a shadow referendum for the peace treaty that was being voted in an official referendum by the government in 2016. In Hong Kong, we worked with the Umbrella Movement, where we did a shadow referendum to elect a mayor of Hong Kong. We tried to use the Bitcoin blockchain for that one, using Merkle trees to persist the votes, but we got hacked by Chinese bots that infiltrated the Telegram channel where the voting was happening. And eventually it became clear that we must use blockchain, but at the same time there are all of these challenges about who gets to testify, who has the right to vote. Decentralizing that is a critical aspect of governance. A couple of other milestones from us. In 2018, a congressman in Argentina actually used our software to decide his vote on an important law about legalizing abortion. The interesting outcome of that is that this legislator, even though in the application nationwide, the yes to legalize won, in his province on the tool, the no to legalize won. And at the end of the day, the legislator decided to vote according to his province instead of the national criteria. All of these things were unexpected expected when we started the Partido de la Red. But I think all of this helped also go full circle in the experiment, in the political experiment that we wanted to push forward and take relevant notes. Today, we're pretty much focused on DAOs. We believe that DAOs, being the corporations or the cooperatives on the blockchain, these entities that require collective decision-making, that review proposals, that are political in essence, are an incredible instrument for digital governance and enable many kinds of innovations. We are barely at the very early stages of what a DAO is and what a DAO can do. We have been working mostly with Moloch DAO in the last year, which is a very simple, straightforward smart contract, only 400 lines of code in the version 1, 700 lines of code in the version 2, with an approach of minimalism, trying to make the contract as simple as possible, making sure that that the surface for attack is reduced, and that we are able to audit the contract at a very low cost. Just to show you a little bit of our current work, I'm gonna make a quick demo. Let me find the right window. I have too many windows open here. So if you go to democracy.earth, you can actually tinker with this demo yourself in your cell phone. It will also work. And this is I recently heard this term and I liked it. It's a governance aggregator. We're trying to onboard in a simple interface the governance of any DAO that's out there. Right now we support Moloch version 1 and Moloch version 2. And here you can basically browse all of the proposals that are happening across multiple DAOs. If you want to go into a specific DAO, let's say, for example, you go to Moloch DAO, you click on the name Moloch DAO, and you just see the proposals for this DAO. Maybe you might want to see the proposals that got rejected, and these are all the proposals that got rejected. If you want to look into the specifics of a proposal, you can see the outcome of a vote, and you can see, if you open a proposal, you can see specifically who has voted for yes or no on that given proposal. The idea is to provide a simple tool that hopefully can help formalize in a same UX how the governance of different varying protocols that are emerging across Ethereum right now can coexist in a way where we try to make as much sense as possible of the data and what's happening on these new entities. So I'll go back to my presentation now. Here I am. And so DAOs are incredibly powerful, but when it comes to governance, identity is critical. Edward Snowden last year famously said, the one vulnerability being exploited across all systems is identity. Identity is simply the way you can manipulate and use information in ways that are malicious in incredible ways. So it's an incredibly fragile component of every information system out there. And another thing that Snowden said during that conference that really made a mark on me is that we must differentiate when we are designing and building these systems between verifying a person, verifying an identity, and verifying the right to use a technology. That's a very simple but a very important distinction, because ultimately a system for voting doesn't need to know who you are. It only needs to know that you haven't voted twice. And that very important distinction should be taken into consideration when we address systems that are trying to effectively formalize humans on the blockchain. So what's the current state of governance when we look at blockchain-based networks? Proof of work fundamentally ignores society. These are consequences of the governance described by Satoshi Nakamoto in the Bitcoin paper itself. He literally says proof of work is essentially one CPU, one vote. So the humans, to Satoshi at least, are the CPUs, it's the computing capacity. Those that earn the right to vote in the network are those who can provide computing capacity, which in other words means energy. And in that regard, that's the fact that proof of work ignores society makes these networks fundamentally financial networks driven by capital, and that do not take into account the needs of a wider spectrum, which is society itself and humans. So these are networks built for the purpose of capital, by capital and for capital. Proof of stake, we can argue that it's also plutocratic right now, because ultimately every voting mechanism based on stake that we see on DAOs or protocols on the Ethereum network, in most of them you will see patterns like these, where people go to vote with their tokens, but at the end of the day a large whale can show up with all of her tokens, just look how other people have voted, and using her incredible leverage in the system, tumble the election to her favor based on her large amount of stake in the network. So this renders voting processes completely irrelevant. Makes no sense at all to actually go for a vote if at the end of the day a huge whale will show up and just make my voting with my few tokens completely pointless. So you have these dynamics now of delegation of tokens, which ends up having into the decision makers of a system only a handful of people. For instance, if you look at Uniswap, there's 2 addresses holding 32% of the tokens, which means 66% of voting capacity in the network. Those are the only 2 people, the ones holding the secrets for those addresses. Those are the only real decision makers in a network like Uniswap. So proof of stake is also plutocratic. And you know, sometimes I'm given the argument, but hey, skin in the game. You know, if you have skin in the game, you will always vote according to the best interest of a protocol. Well, that might make sense in some private companies, and probably in a lot of cases does make sense. But also, if you look at investors, shark investors, investors that like to play nasty, you will find a lot of cases that you might have an investor owning assets in 2, 3, or more companies that are competing for the same space. And sometimes it will be in the best interest of an investor to vote against the interest of the companies in favor of some other company he holds. And this pattern is also a consequence of the dynamics of capitalist share-based voting. So skin in the game, proof of stake, plutocracy are not good instruments to address highly risky, highly contentious situations where there are conflicting interests. We go to democracy when we are trying to address a difficult decision. We don't go to a vote for easy choices, easy decisions. So when we have to go for a hostile, complex, high-risk decision, the higher the risk, the higher the need for legitimacy. And usually contentious decisions happens in public goods where you have conflicting interests. You have the miners that have certain interests. You have the developers that have other interests. You have the users that have other interests. And all of them are competing for a public good, which in this case is a blockchain or a consensus mechanism. So as we address public goods and conflicting interests, the stakes get higher. And as the stakes get higher, the interests become conflicting, and you will have players willing to manipulate, to use false propaganda, whatever it takes to win an election. And democratic systems must be able to be resilient in these incredibly hostile environments. But for these systems to actually exist on the blockchain, we need a proof of personhood mechanism. So this is the question we keep asking ourselves at Democracy Earth and with fellow researchers: is proof of personhood possible? Can we do proof of humanity? Can we effectively make something that will enable democracy on the blockchain, universal basic income mechanisms, portable credit, and many wild ideas, social ideas that we can start addressing because we are able to formalize humans? Well, that's a very big breakthrough, and I'm very optimistic that companies and projects like Kleros are trying to address this pressing issue. But it has serious challenges. We have to understand that we must face constraints like artificial intelligence and duplicates, serials, false identities. If we want to avoid recreating either Facebook in the West or the Chinese Communist Party in the East, which are both basically essentially the same kind of device, trying to index humans on a large scale and tracking their private activity on a daily basis for the purpose of pushing a political agenda, there is simply no difference between one or the other than the means on how they achieve this end state. So the reason Facebook or the Chinese Communist Party exists is that ultimately the web had no regard for privacy, had no regard for protecting people's information, and this consequence of the web is what we must be aware and protect as we advance into the creation of identity protocols in the blockchain. How threatening these things are? Well, I would argue very threatening if Moore's law keeps advancing and information keeps getting cheaper and computing capacity keeps growing. None of the pictures featured on this slide are from humans that actually exist. These are all faces generated by a neural network under a technique known as GANs, generative adversarial networks, where GANs compete with each other and reinforce each other to learn the features of a human face and eventually can recreate new human faces that never have existed. So deepfakes, as computing capacity improves, will only keep improving, and eventually we'll have this in the form of videos, which is sometimes some primitive forms of this are already out there. For instance, here you can see some videos of trying to do political manipulation, putting some dude's face. I think this is Andrew Yang's face on multiple popular videos on YouTube. But this is barely the beginning. Eventually, we will see not only videos but also voice, and who knows what's next. Also, the other way of addressing this historically is through mechanisms around the idea of web of trust, where you have people vouching for other people, and this is similar to the approach that Kleros is pursuing. The risk here is that we must be aware or find mechanisms that prevent nodes having more reputation than other nodes and re-centralizing in a different way. The introduction of sortition or elements of that can be a very good mechanism to start preventing re-centralization under different means. So web of trust is another pattern that is really interesting to watch. There have been some prototypes over the last year or so that are trying to address this, but I will simply focus on my two favorite ones, and a quick mention to Humanity DAO. Humanity DAO was the first attempt at doing this as a token curated registry. Very simple attempt by using Twitter as a way of proving who you are. It turned out that it was relatively easy to start making false positives on the system once you had a couple of nodes validated by some other previously validated nodes, but you had control over those, then you could play or you could game it a little bit. But it was nonetheless a nice first attempt, trying to do something, with very simple rules. Another known attempt is IDINA network, which uses Turing tests. They show flips where there are 4 pictures, and in one of the flips, the pictures make a story, and in the other one, there's no story to be told. According to the folks behind IDINA, 60% of AIs can complete this task successfully with a 60% efficacy, and 90 humans can achieve a 95% efficacy in achieving these tasks. This is a very original protocol using Turing tests that are revealed every 2 weeks through its network. It's a non-Ethereum protocol. It has its own blockchain. but nonetheless, it's an interesting attempt at using Turing tests to address the issue of verifying that you are effectively interacting with a real human being. I'm very excited about Kleros coming up with proof of humanity, because this is going in I consider Kleros one of the most sophisticated technologies on Ethereum to build registries of all kinds. It has a very solid track record, very good development team, and the heart in the right place to achieve something like this. It will be interesting to see how people engage in the participation of this system. I would try to argue that we have to find mechanisms where those that are participating with video or revealing information about themselves in order to get verified, it would be ideal to find a format of video or a format of disguising yourself in a way that you are simply signaling up something about yourself, but you are not necessarily revealing in full who you are. I think that there's going to be a lot of very interesting experimentation on how these proofs become validated. I would argue that if we can verify the humans using this mechanism without requiring the humans to show themselves, even though we can still use video in some way or another, but secretly asking for the vouching or something like that, that could be something very resilient in the long term. Again, my biggest concern is that we do not recreate or replicate the same mistakes from the web, where privacy had little regard, and we ended up with Facebook and the communists ruling the world. Ultimately, I'd like to recommend you, if you want to learn more about this, alongside with Divya Siddharth from Radical Exchange, Paula Berman, a fellow colleague of mine from Democracy Earth, and Sergey Ivliev from Perm University. We have authored this paper that just got published after peer review 2 days ago. It's called Who Watches the Watchmen, and it describes 7 protocols trying to address decentralized identity over blockchain-based networks, and it tries to benchmark and compare these systems with each other to see how it's all going when it comes to building this type of technology. Kleros obviously is a protagonist in this paper, and we're very excited that we are seeing the maturation of these technologies and seeing advancement in this area, because once we get this breakthrough, we can, in an age where democracy seems to be threatened, where we lack trust from our legacy institutions, and we feel lost regarding our representatives, the hope for achieving democracy in cyberspace will be reinvigorated by advancements of this nature. To close, you can find out about Democracy Earth. We recently published also a paper on the pilots that we have conducted over the last 5 years, and yes, that's pretty much a core of our work. We have been trying to understand what's democracy in the information age, and hopefully today we're getting a step closer as Kleros advances with the proof of humanity technology. My name is Santiago Siri. You can find me on Twitter as Santi Siri. I spend a lot of time there exchanging ideas about the incredibly promising technologies that are emerging out of the crypto community, and I hope that we keep seeing great innovations in this field as we are building the institutions of the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Santi, for that amazing presentation. We have a couple of minutes for questions if someone wants to start. Maybe you, Sophie, do you have a question for Santi? Or Jose Luis, I'm sure he will have some question. Okay, Jose Luis, go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much, Santi, for the presentation. It was great. So my question is about the proof of personhood. So I understand that you, especially because of your biography and what you have just explained about Partido de la Red and your experience in Argentina, I guess that this probably explains why you want this decentralized system to get rid of an intervention from public actors. And I understand, I'm very sympathetic with your objectives at the Democracy Earth Foundation, and I'm also committed to collaborate in working for a global democracy to emerge at some point. But then the question is, why should we rule out the possibility of some public actors to have some role, some important role in helping us to give us proof of personhood? I'm thinking in cities, for instance. So there might be some countries. I know that normally nation states are against this kind of initiatives, and I can see their incentives to be against, even if some small countries like Estonia might play some role. But I can see cities or regions or other kind of public administrations that we might trust helping us actually to give proof of personhood. Do you think, is that possible or?
So, yeah, I mean, the world ultimately, is very complex, and there's as much as we have a future, we also have a past. And the institutions that we have in place today are the consequence of blood, sweat, and tears, right? And there is tremendous history behind the institutions that have created the world we have today. And by no means, I believe that we have to go and throw Molotovs at everything. I think that we are, we have this incredible opportunity to explore with a new canvas of institutions, which is blockchain-based technology, and we can start thinking new structures of governance, new structures for identity, new structures for transactions, cryptocurrency and whatnot. And this idea, of building a new model that might eventually make this legacy model obsolete, I find it attractive. And this new model is definitely in its diapers, and it's the very early days. I'm sure that there are a lot of institutions that nonetheless can provide trust to networks today, and we'll end up finding ways of cooperation. It's not a matter, I think ultimately regulation that helps to bring institutional money into the crypto scene is a win-win for everyone, because there's maybe I'm getting older, but we don't win much if we become outcasts from the institutions that have been led by our parents and our grandparents, and we have to learn and understand that legacy. So I always come from the angle of, well, what's the end point of achieving a digital democracy, and how we can bring the present closer to that end point, and trying to bring a purist point of view. But in that regard, it's important to keep that perspective for making sure that what things have worked and haven't, or what things started as a great dream. I remember the very early days of social media, Facebook and LinkedIn and everything, and they were exciting companies that were coming to connect society and make the world a better place. And it's I'm able to reconnect with my high school friend, which I haven't seen in 15, 20 years. That actually happened to me, and it's a miracle. It's beautiful that the internet has brought us together that way. That said, the fact that these companies were completely naive about the political ramifications of how these technologies can be used to manipulate society, or how it can play out, it's a very big lesson, because as all technologies, you can use a hammer to nail, to put a nail on the wall, but you can also hammer your, someone else in the head. And we must understand all of these ramifications, and as we have the responsibility of building a new generation of protocols, I just want to raise the flag of, okay, let's take a purist view here and try to build some perspective, and let's try to figure out in what way we can build something that we just make sure in a great extent that we don't replicate something that goes from a utopia to a dystopia. But it's a long road ahead. I think it's exciting to see the maturation of these experiments. I remember last year doing this presentation in Osaka, and it felt lonely to be talking about this. Only a few of us from Kleros or from IDENA or other projects relate, like asking this question. Everyone is too focused on what's the new DeFi money making thing. It's fine. I'm also into that also. It's not bad to try to create some wealth, but at the same time, we are building social superstructure, and these leviathans, if we want them to address society at large, because of the tremendous promise in transparency, in efficiency, in all of the benefits of this technology in comparison to how banks and the opaque institutions operate, are enormous. So, but if we want to reach society, we need this kind of breakthroughs. But probably we'll end up finding partners in the world that will be, and building bridges is a much better approach than burning bridges.
Good. Thank you. And we have one more question. This is from Sophie Napel. And she says, what are the main hurdles that Democracy Earth has faced in interfacing with the government organizations regarding your model? Are they listening?
Are they listening? What do they listen? Can they listen? Are they deaf? I interacted with several governments around the world, which ultimately means interacting with politicians, and it goes to varying degrees. For instance, in the state of Colorado, we were able to make the first official implementation in the United States of quadratic voting. It was a pilot done in 2019, where legislators participated voting for prioritizing 100 bills that were going to be introduced to Congress. It was an incredibly successful implementation. We were lucky there because the person responsible, the president of the the State House of Colorado, was an economist trained in game theory. So when we reached him out to talk about quadratic voting, he was like, yeah, of course, this makes plenty of sense. That's not usually the case with politicians. Because of the Colorado case, we were able to go to the Parliament of Canada. We introduced a lot of ideas with Radical Exchange. Glenn Weil, the author of Radical Markets, who is the author of the original idea of quadratic voting. Vitalik himself, he joined us in that meeting. Oh, I see that you're Canadian, Sophie. All right, I have to remember the name of the MP. It was a woman, but I can't remember the name of the MP. She was incredibly smart. I think she was from Trudeau's party, if I'm correct. Or no, she was not from Trudeau's party. She was a conservative. But my memory is not working for me right now. We went there with Glenn Weil and Vitalik. We introduced a wide range of ideas, from quadratic voting, quadratic funding, data dignity, all of the ideas introduced in Radical Markets. It's exciting to see politicians on the table like, this makes sense, we could use this. But at the same time, it's like, we need to push this bill on abortion. And we are not getting the conservative part of the party agreeing to us on the bill of abortion, but we're getting the progressives. And we are the progressives. So how we can do something so the conservatives will end up going for a vote, and in that vote we might beat them. And it's not like that. The politician has an interest, has a specific interest, a specific agenda. And the matter of adoption is if this is compatible with some agenda that the politician is pursuing in the system itself. So when you are able to find that, then you can make a pilot and you can deploy it and make the case. And you make a precedent. And with the precedent, presidents start building future pilots. And that's the main challenge of interfacing with them. I'm incredibly skeptical to politics in general. After my experience trying to do a political party and going for an election, I find that whole environment really frustrating. And being a technologist and a programmer at heart, I rather focus on shipping code and hopefully teaching a new generation of users to make things or use these things rather than trying to fight an impossible monster with traditional politics.
I'm this because I've been following Santi's career for a while, and we discussed this many times. And there is a podcast coming with Santi where we discuss all these things. But sometimes we are too pessimistic about governments and about their their will to be open to these new ideas. I think that more often than not, I'm finding more people in government who are open to these new ideas, but then being able to implement them in the political system is very, very hard because of rigidity and etc. But there are some people who are really forward thinking, like Audrey Tang, for example. Santi, you know him better than me, but some people are really forward looking, and these people are leading change. It's not going to change like from one day to the other as we wished, but it's not that governments are completely closed to these new types of ideas for governance, like radical change. And so that was my experience, but Santi has interacted a lot more than me.
There are Trojans in the system. Audrey is an incredible example. Taiwan beat us into implementing quadratic voting. They were the first ones in the world. We were the second ones doing an official implementation. So kudos to them. I think it's a generational shift. Ultimately, today the boomers are in charge and they cannot come together to figure out who won the election in America. And boomers don't seem also to be very mature people when you consider how they react to the electoral results. But at least what I find is that with technology in general, this is not a crypto phenomenon. It's a phenomenon of the internet. It's a phenomenon of digital culture, of video games. It's a phenomenon when I was a child myself. Children and the youth and the millennials, the next generation embraces and adopts technology in a way that I am getting older. I'm 37. I'm no longer the young cool kid that I believed I was, which wasn't, but I believed it anyway. But you just get older, you get children, you don't start paying much attention to what's hip, what's next, what's cool. And technology turns upside down the structure of hierarchy in society. The youth knows more about stuff than the elder. But today the elder are in power in institutions, and the youth is trying to make a silent revolution by opting out and going to crypto. I think that it is in politics. This is something that the founder of the Pilot Party told me, Rick Falvinch. He said, in politics, things happen at glacial speeds. It just moves very, very slow. And suddenly one generation dies out and the next one takes over, and you didn't realize that was happening, and a strenuous event happens. And you might see a revolution or something, or a big change happening in government. And I think it's a bit like that. We move at glacial speeds, and suddenly one day we find out. If you look, for example, the history of telecoms, the transition from analog communication to digital communication, the ideas of digital communication existed since Claude Shannon's 1948 Magna Carta on Information Theory. He figured digital communication in 1948, but digital communication didn't become a thing until the 90s or late 80s because it took a transition of generations in power. A generation trained with analog devices died out, and a new generation that was looking into digital figured we have to start connecting everything with Claude Shannon's ideas. And those processes take time. And I'm confident that in our lifetime, we will see a digital transformation of the nature of institutions. And that's definitely what we are all doing here with Ethereum and Kleros and Democracy Earth and whatever whatever mutates of our exchange of ideas.
Good. And with this, we have to end this panel and this presentation. Thank you very much, Santi. Yeah, we can continue at some other time. Maybe we should organize like some kind of Q&A session with you and the rest of the guys, and we just discuss this thing. So we already have the podcast coming very soon, so that's a way for people to get connected to these ideas. I'm just going to close with some. I think that Niels Bohr said this regarding not politics, but like scientific theories, and he said something like this: like it's not that people change their mind, it's that people just die and are replaced by another generation with a different set of beliefs, and that's how change happens in science. Maybe it will be true with politics as well.
That's definitely, I resonate with that. Thank you, Fede, one more time for inviting me to share some ideas. I'm a big fan of Clero since the very early days. I always tell you that I like to hang out when we meet at some crypto conference around the world. Sadly, this year, all conferences happened in this way. So we weren't able to at least get a beer together, but hopefully next year we'll hang out and we'll keep on philosophizing about the nature of identity and how we can make this revolution happen.
Indeed, maybe in Bogota next year.
Sure, I will.
Okay, thank you very much, Santi. And let's move on now with another presentation about proof of personhood, and in particular about how we at Kleros are addressing this issue. Santi already mentioned briefly about the proof of humanity. Well, that's why we had Santi speak at this point, and now we have Enrique Piqueras, who is a software engineer with a knack for breaking down complex topics into understandable parts. He has been programming since the age of 10, so like for 12 years now, more or less. You don't think you're old, right, Enrique? No.
Oh, I'm muted there. I didn't know you were gonna read my my LinkedIn bio. That was a bit awkward. I'm not old. Yeah, I mean, I'm in my 20s. That's
early 20s.
I guess young. Yeah.
So Enrique is a developer at Kleros, and he's currently working on proof of humanity. So please, Enrique, you can explain what you're working on.
Yeah. So can you hear me well?
I can hear you, but for some reason, yeah, your screen share is looking weird a little bit.
What does that mean?
That means that you're still in this small screen as a speaker. Let me just check for 1 second. One thing.
I think you just have to like double click me and like put me as a speaker. Yeah.
All right, it's good. It's good.
Okay, let's go. Okay, so hi everyone. I'm Enrique, as Fede just introduced me, and first of all, I wanted to say thanks for joining us. You know, it feels like ages since we've been able to do this in real life, and I personally really miss it. So it's cool to at least be able to do it online. I hope you've had a great time so far in the other talks, and now I want to talk to you about a new project we've been working on called Proof of Humanity. So the name is very self-descriptive, but the problem it solves isn't immediately apparent. But by the end of this talk, you'll have like a good understanding of why this project is impactful, not just for Ethereum, but the internet as a whole. Okay, so I think the impact of the internet by now needs no explanation. I do want to tangentially note how long it took us to get here, though. We are like 60 years deep into a world with the internet, but only like 20 or 15 years ago, people were still saying things like, and I'm quoting here, "The truth is, no online database will replace your daily newspaper. No CD-ROM can take the place of a competent teacher. And no computer network will change the way government works." This was said by an American astronomer and author called Clifford Stoll in 1995. Then the growth of the internet will slow drastically as the flaw in Metcalfe's law becomes apparent. Most people have nothing to say to each other. By 2005 or so, it will become clear that the internet's impact on the economy has been no greater than the fax machines. This was said in 1998 by Paul Krugman. He's a winner of the Nobel Prize in Economics. And of course, he said similar things about Bitcoin too. It's like he didn't learn. But I read this as an excellent reminder to never let our egos blind us, no matter how much knowledge and experience we have or think we have. And another famous quote is one by Steve Chen in 2005. Steve Chen was the CTO and co-founder of YouTube. He was worried about the viability of YouTube back then. And he said, like, there's just not that many videos that I want to watch or that people want to watch. And of course, YouTube is huge now. I read all of these in an article by Alexander Svetsky, by the way. He's the CEO of Amber Wallet. I just wanted to give him some credit for putting these together. And I always come back to quotes like these whenever I feel like we're ahead of our times, especially working in crypto. Like, we tend to do a lot of cutting edge things that regular people might sometimes look at us as crazy. And looking at things like these and seeing how people who were working on the internet 15 years ago were looked at as crazy gives me a lot of reassurance that we're not going down the right path. Okay, so we have this internet now, and it's pretty amazing, right? Like, we can connect the networks of a scale that we never thought possible. We can get together to share, collaborate, and build like whatever we can imagine. It's sort of like we've created a digital parallel of our lives where the only limit is the speed at which our thoughts can travel as light through wires, or satellites now too. But there's one key difference. I mean, there's a few key differences, but one of the main differences between this digital world and our physical world that kind of blocks a lot of parallels to be created, like it blocks certain parallels from working well, is that in the digital world, we lack human identities. So like when you interact with someone in real life, you know you're interacting with a unique human. And that allows you to make a lot of assumptions, and it gives you a lot of guarantees about the interaction you're having. But digitally, you have no like guarantee of that or proof. Like, for all you know, you could be talking to a machine or several machines. So the internet doesn't natively understand identities. Even IP addresses are just location in a network. Nothing guarantees what or who is at that address. And this lack of identity doesn't just block specific applications from being viable. It also makes us vulnerable to new advancements in AI that can allow things like impersonation and misinformation, fake news to scale like massively. Because like computers can generate it using deep fakes, generated text. We've seen that recently with GPT-3, like how scarily well it can generate. For those of you who don't know, GPT-3 is like this crazy cutting edge text transformer that can write entire fake news articles that look real and like as if they were written by a real person. And you've probably seen deep fake videos and how good they're getting. So we have no sense of identity. Anybody can publish these, and we have no way of telling if it was published by a human or not. Okay, so the problem that we're talking about is that we lack an identity system. So what could we do if we didn't lack one? There's a lot of things we could do, and this is what really excites me. So we could have voting systems that are not only more convenient, but also safer and flexible in a way that allows us to implement a lot of novel vote counting methods that would really improve our democracies, like Schools, STV, quadratic voting, and funding. We could implement UBI and relief funds programs accurately. UBI is universal basic income, where like everybody gets, like a minimal amount of income just for existing, kind of like a welfare safety net, if you will. The inefficiencies and fraud in these things have been made very clear this year, with at least in America and probably in the rest of the world, where people were, cashing in relief checks for their employees and making up fake employees using IDs of dead people, or just like making up people and fake IDs, being able to pull like millions of dollars illegally, and most of them didn't get caught. So this is something that we could do a lot better if we had an identity system on the web. Then also, like, imagine being able to use social networks and have like a verified check that is given to everyone that is a real accountable human being, not just famous people, so that you could block and didn't have to interact with bots all the time. We could also create global credit and risk management networks for our, or using our new like decentralized finance infrastructure without relying on over collateralization and all of these things that we're kind of forced to do because we can't assign scores to unique identities. Like if somebody like there's people can just, you know, throw away their Ethereum address and start again with a new identity with a clean slate. But if we had human identities, we could build systems where that wouldn't be possible, and people would be tied to their same identity. So they would be interested in making sure their reputation is good or their credit score, whatever. So all of these applications probably sound great to you. And of course, we've tried to build them in the past in many different ways. But I think that we now, like only recently, have the technology and experience to make a breakthrough here. So I'm going to go over some of the previous approaches and all the like issues they've had or trade-offs. The main theme is that they've taken huge trade-offs in decentralization and scalability just to like fit the constraints of their times or like what we knew at the time. Or sometimes they were just made for like specific things and not for, you know, the whole internet. So those trade-offs made sense. So first of all, we have digital government IDs. And like, I don't think there's much to say here. A global system like this would be at the mercy of a single state going rogue and jeopardizing the entire system. They could, you know, like create too many identities and civil attack the world, or block a minority that they don't like from accessing the system. So yeah, I'm not going to get into too much details about that, but you probably get the idea. Then we have these things called reverse Turing tests, which are a bit more interesting. You can think of them as like really complicated captchas that computers are not yet able to solve. Things like sorting images based on some abstract pattern that humans can identify, but computers can't really, at least yet. Or it could also be something as simple as meeting a bunch of people somewhere and validating each other, like at a party or a conference. And the main issues with like both of these types of reverse Turing tests is that you have to set a fixed period in which participants can complete the test, like a fixed period of time. Either because you have to meet at a certain place at a certain time, or because you have to complete certain tests, like the image sorting problem. And otherwise, like people could just, you know, complete the tests many times over a few days and just create multiple identities. Like you have to get everyone together either online or somewhere physically to do the tests. So that's an issue. Like that makes it really impractical for the scale we want to reach, right? For a system like this to be really useful, where ideally like everyone on Twitter could be, who is a human, could be verified. And we also don't know how far AI is from solving these types of problems. And when it does solve them, or when it is able to solve them, there won't be any way of telling whether a machine or whether a human answered a specific problem, because you just have the problem and the answer, and all the answers to the same problem are the same. So there's no way of differentiating. So then some people have also tried these things called like social graph analysis or social graph analysis algorithms, techniques. Some people also call them webs of trust. And these are even, I think, a little bit more interesting than reverse Turing tests. They use like machine learning and different heuristics and algorithms to find relationships in a social graph, and based on the relationships, classify a node or an identity as human or real or not. These social graphs can be made up of like your connections on Facebook or on other social networks. Some people have gotten really smart and plotted like various attributes of your identity in a graph in relationship to other people, things like your nationality, your age, and then introduce ways of making the connection stronger by allowing people to vouch for each other by meeting people in real life. And complex algorithms, by analyzing these graphs, can like probabilistically tell you who is a real person and who isn't. So that's where the issue lies here. Like, it's probabilistic, right? Like, these methods can never be entirely accurate. There will always be a compromise in excluding real people out or including machines. And we also get into another AI arms race, because just like AI can train to recognize these patterns, AI can train to build patterns that trick the AI that recognize these patterns. Still, systems like these might be useful for certain like specific low-scale use cases. I mean, they're definitely better than the status quo. So to recap, we cannot trust governments. We cannot fight AI at reverse Turing tests or get everyone in the same room simultaneously. And it's probably not a good idea to make decisions on black box graph analysis algorithms with machine learning that we probably don't understand down to the details. So at Kleros, we think the answer lies in something that has recently gained a lot of attention in the Ethereum and more general cryptocurrency ecosystem: token curated registries. These are like decentralized list curation mechanisms that incentivize rational actors to list correct items and challenge incorrect ones. The incentives for this come from financial staking when requesting to list or delist an item. So someone who challenges your request can win your stake or lose theirs to you, depending on the outcome. So in a way, these registries run prediction markets on whether a list item should or will be on the list or not. And we've launched lots of these lists. We even launched a generic factory where you can launch your own lists for your own with your own rules. And we kind of tuned the staking process and integrated the Kleros arbitration protocol to adjudicate challenges. And now this is being used to vet tokens in various exchanges, to validate investing strategies, to incentivize the creation of insurance data models, and a lot of more things. And other people in the team have talked about these. The factory, namely, is called Curate. I think almost every team member has touched a bit on that. So we have now this sound and proven primitive for listing arbitrary items. And what if these items were identities? That's what the question we asked. We can create a list where a correct item represents a unique human identity, and that's what we did. But then, to make the process even more rigorous, we introduced learnings from the previous approaches we've discussed, things like the webs of trust and reverse Turing tests. So for an item to be eligible for the list, it must receive vouchers by a set number of already confirmed identities. These identities put themselves at risk, meaning that we revoke them if they vouch for malicious submissions. The vouching mechanism makes it that much harder to create fake identities, because a successful attacker would immediately lose their identity if they fail in a second attack. Because when they try to create a second fake identity, they also have to vouch for it. And so they're putting their fake identities at risk every time they try to create new fake identities. So this is just a way of easily hardening the list for this specific use case. And I'm interested also in how we can maybe create other hardening, other ways of hardening curated lists for specific use cases. So when applying for an identity, we only ask for users to provide their names, a short description, a photo, and a video that allows people to verify that they are real humans. And to answer any concerns about deepfakes, we're confident in the video for this use case. This is the reverse Turing part of the submission. Because like the AI strategies for creating deepfake videos involve like creating detector layers that check how real a video looks and then feedback the results back to the generator layer so that it can improve. So this architecture kind of makes deepfakes inherently detectable by AI. Like a simple way to think about it also is that there's no way of telling whether an AI or a human answered a CAPTCHA. Like the answer is the answer, right? But with video, that's just not the case. There will always be a difference like down at the pixel level. And if we somehow break that barrier in the future, because like there's definitely research going on into lots of different networks for building deepfakes, some that might not have this architecture with the detector and generator. We're already conducting research for alternative pieces of evidence or how to make the video requirement a little bit more stringent. So maybe include things in it that could not easily be generated by a computer. And this thing you can see on the screen right now is a screenshot from the actual application, which is deployed on Kovan, and we're looking to release it pretty soon. And while things like the video are crucial for the system soundness, because that's the part that proves that you're a real human, there are still many ways that you can achieve privacy with the system. So if you have applications that only care that you're a unique human, not a specific one, we can use traceable ring signatures that group together a set of keys from the registry, say like 100 or 200, and that basically is a signature that you can use to sign things and prove that you're a unique member of the list without revealing which one. And people can also prove that you, like if you can't sign the same thing twice with different accounts, if that makes sense. It's like a kind of like Tornado. That's I guess is the simplest way if you know about mixing wallets, but for identities. So I hope you're as excited as I am about this project's potential impact on the community and the rest of the internet eventually. I personally can't wait to see it on something like Twitter and also all of the integrations that people will build in it. So I'm going to leave you with some ideas on things that you can start building today. We have universal basic income. We actually already developed universal basic income contract, smart contract, and dApp, and it's in the Proof of Humanity GitHub repo, which we'll share in the chat. So if you're looking into building something UBI-like, feel free to fork that. We could also enhance DAOs, especially DAOs that use quadratic funding. So like Gitcoin could not be Sybil attackable anymore. We could implement a sign-in system like an OAuth compatible sign-in provider, authentication provider that doesn't require you to fill out CAPTCHAs. Like kind of like you have sign-in with Google, you just have like sign-in for humans and you sign in with your Proof of Humanity identity. We could also create badges for identity. So if you're familiar with the token registry, or if you listen to some of the talks about that, the token registry has badges where you can, we call it tokens, token curated registry squared, because those badges are actually token curated lists themselves, where you assign badges to tokens that meet specific criteria. So we can do the same for the identity list. In the token curated registry, you have things like the ERC20 badge that proves that a token is a valid ERC20 token. In the identity list, we could have things like degrees, skills, citizenship. We could also create an app for creating personal sites that are signed with your identity. So like your personal domain, you could create some kind of service for hosting your personal domain or just for signing it, or like a certificate authority, so that people know that you like you created that content or you vouch for it, and it's what you want people to see about you on the internet. So it's like a safe way to learn about you and contact you. We could create better social key recovery systems, kind of like Argent does. But if one of your friend dies, they would like get removed from the registry, and you would be able to replace them in your wallet recovery system. We could create better pension plans and life insurance, so no more like dead people would be making claims. The credit scoring that I mentioned before, and risk profiles, not just for decentralized finance, but for any kind of finance. Airdrops, even though there's not a lot of those anymore, but you could do them a lot better, because now they'd be truly decentralized. You don't have to use, the holding of some token or certain past activity. You can just distribute like an equal amount to every human. And similarly, you could do like less like abuse-free onboarding gifts. Like you can give your users freebies without getting ripped off, because people can't just create new accounts and get the onboarding gift multiple times. You could create an anti-spam filter for email services, like a Gmail extension, so that people could have email accounts where they only receive emails from actual humans. We can create human validated sidechains. So just how Kovan is a proof of authority network where the validators are notaries, or not notaries, but part of the Kovan consortium organization. We can create a sidechain or a testnet where the validators are individual humans. So these are just some ideas that I came up with, but I'm also excited to see what other people come up with. I'll stay around to answer any questions you might have. I'm sure you'll have a great time during the rest of the conference, and like don't hesitate to reach out to me on Slack or on Twitter. My username is EPIQUERAS. And yeah, that's the whole talk. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions for Enrique here?
I have a question, Fede, if I may.
Sure, of course. Go ahead.
So it's actually sort of the same kind of question that I made to Santi earlier. So I understand, the main reason why you said that we cannot rely on government digital IDs, right? As a general basis, I agree with you. But as you said, I mean, there are many applications of giving proof of identity, proof of personhood, different applications that might work at different levels in different contexts. And then again, my question is why for some of these applications, we shouldn't rely on some governments giving proof of personhood. So imagine the case that we have some initiative in V-Taiwan. Previously, we mentioned Audrey Tang, right? So imagine that V-Taiwan now says that it would be nice actually to have a dialogue, a deliberation with citizens of Barcelona. And then the question is why the city of Barcelona should not be trustable in order to give proof of identity of who counts as a citizen of Barcelona on equal terms to the citizens registered in V-Taiwan. I mean, for something like this, I don't see pretty much the problem of relying on governments.
So it's the same question of why do you need a blockchain, but in the identity kind of system. It's if in the scope of where your identity system is going to operate, there is no counterparty risk, then you don't need something like this. If if Taiwan has a digital government ID and society in Taiwan is on good terms, like it's going well, like people, there's no like, not like in the US where like 50% of the country will try to screw the other 50% of the country. If things are well in Taiwan, then yeah, a digital government ID might work. There's no counterparty risk. Nobody is interested in screwing someone else. But if you try to do this globally, then it becomes a problem, because like there's a lot of countries that are not interested in the well-being of other countries. So it's about counterparty risk. If you don't have counterparty risk, you also don't need a blockchain for transactions. If everybody trusts each other, then it's just unnecessary.
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Does that make sense?
Also, in the case of like a city government, so they can just decide whatever they want to use as system for identity. Like they control the territory, I guess. So,
well, yeah, they can decide, the government, like what to use, but that doesn't mean it's the best for the people. But if there's a single party controlling, the country, and there's no minority being abused by the government or ignored, then yeah, a digital government ID might work really well. But that's just not the case in most countries, and globally, it definitely isn't.
But I think public administrations, they have their own systems to give confidence to the people that what they credit, if they register some people in some list, this registration. I mean, that's what they do actually in any election, right? So you generally trust your government when you have an electoral census. And of course, yes, we know that there might be some problems in some elections, but on a general basis, we tend to trust in them. And you're right. I mean, if the challenge, if the kind of initiatives that we have are global, you're totally right. I mean, half of the countries in the world, they are not even democratic, so we don't have any reason to trust them. But the thing, so I guess that what I wanted to say is that even if you have a global scope and some kind of global ambition, I think that sometimes it might make sense to start with some more local initiative and build up upon that initiative.
But locally doesn't have to be like geographically locally. It
no,
can
you're
be
right.
like a community on the internet. I mean, this is especially useful for most of the applications I talked about. Were all like internet based, because it's a digital problem. The lack of like provably human identity in the real world is not really an issue, because when you interact physically, like you can clearly see the other person is a human, and if you interact with them multiple times, it's somebody, the same person. Yeah, unless they're like like getting plastic surgery, but like it's not an issue. But digitally, it's an issue.
Yeah, I guess like this is as local as it goes, considering the internet as a geography. Like actually people like criticize us like on the because of, but this is only like targeted to the crypto ecosystem. So this is too local. People say, why don't you Kleros do like some more non-crypto things? This is really local. This is the equivalent of a small town for the internet, if you want. Like people who are going to start using this, they're going to be like very like hardcore crypto users. Then it could like grow, and who knows.
Growth in things like this is very exponential, because people want to get their friends on the list. So you imagine you start with 5 people, and each of those 5 people add 3 friends, and each of those 3 friends add 3 friends, and so on and so on and so on. So maybe initially, you'll just have like niche cryptocurrency people joining because they want to get like verified on Twitter as humans and not crypto bots. And over the course of 6 months, like growth could be really big. And it doesn't just have to be something for things like, crypto UBI. I think in the current political climate, it would be very useful to be able to see if like an article was actually written by a human, or if a Twitter account is actually owned by a real human. Actually, I think the most like valuable thing this provides to like society is the protection against misinformation from deepfakes. Because imagine a world in 5 or 10 years where deepfake video becomes so good that it's unrecognizable. I mean, some videos right now, I can't recognize if they're real or not. Some really good ones. So like at that point, you could just create videos of politicians saying things they never said, like that are believable, but like really damaging. And also people could just use that as an excuse to get away with things. They could just say, oh no, that video is fake, it's not real, I never did that. But if we had this system where everybody had this like online human identity, and they can sign whatever they put out there with this identity, then you can verify at least, like that eliminates half the problem. Because people could still use it as an excuse, like, oh, I did not do that, it's fake. But they can't, but you can know when they're telling the truth. Like when something they post was actually said by them. Like it eliminates half the problem of the horrible world that deepfakes will get us into.
Yeah, and just one last thing to add, Jose Luis, like, so you know, I'm from Argentina. Like, I don't really trust the government with my data. so I'm not buying that assumption. And let me just give you one little example. Like, when the previous government started, they did a tax break for lots of people who had undeclared, money, which is quite common in Argentina. So they had a huge database of people who went into this program, and then they leaked that. So then lots of people like kidnappers or all kind of what type of criminals got access to database with the real names of people who has sizable amounts of money. So that's not a good way to build trust in government. Of course, I'm imagining this is not going to happen in Spain or most developed countries, but most people in the world are still under regimes like this. So,
Fede, remember what I told you a couple of weeks ago? I just went through this experience that I never thought could be possible, really. So I was born in Peru, so that's where my birth certificate is from. And I have an identity there, right? So something happened over the previous administrations where the ministry of whatever ministry that takes care of recording citizenship information and birth certificates lost my birth certificate and kind of records of my existence. So nobody had my birth certificate, and you couldn't really see where I was born. You kind of just lost it. And I had to pay people to go to the hospital where I was born and kind of get proof from the hospital's medical records that yes, I was born there, and then go and re-register me in the government because I was non-existent. So most countries in the world are just really don't work. You can't trust them for anything.
Okay, I would love to keep this conversation, but we have to move on. Thank you very much, Enrique. And of course, you can come to Telegram and discuss this. We're all the time there. So thank you very much. And let's go to the next speaker, who is, are you ready? Enrique. Now we have another Enrique from Brazil with an H. Are you there?
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, perfect. So good.
Let me start my video. Can you see me? Hello.
So, as you see, we are lots of us are from emerging economies, so we are used to very bad governments and in my case, inflation and corruption. So let me just introduce Enrique. So Enrique Barcelos is a software engineer based in Brazil. He's a libertarian at heart and found out that crypto and blockchain resonate a lot with his beliefs. He worked for the first time with Ethereum briefly in 2016. After that, he worked as a dev architect at the Sao Paulo startup scene. A year ago, he decided to go all in back into the blockchain industry and joined Kleros in the beginning of 2020. That was a great year for the world. At least we got you, Enrique, this year. That was a good thing about 2020.
Yeah, at least something positive in 2020.
So he has been practicing Krav Maga for the past 4 years, so don't mess with him. And he's also interested in music, design, foreign languages, photography, finance, economics, and philosophy, not necessarily in that order. And now he's going to speak about a project we've been developing for quite some time now. It's called Lingvo, and maybe he will have some little announcement to do. But I will let him do it. Go ahead, Enrique.
Okay, let me just find the right screen to share. Oh boy, where is it? What? Why it doesn't show here?
What are you looking for? The file or
No,
button?
the window for the presentation. Here, can you
There
see
go.
it?
Yeah.
Looking good.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah. So Lingo is the very first decentralized freelance translation platform. So what is this useful for? We have Alice. Alice, she has a blog where she writes weekly and makes some extra cash through some affiliate links. And she wants to expand her audience, and she decides that the best way to do that is to have their posts written in her native language translated to English so she can reach out for people all around the world. Even though she speaks a bit of English, she does not feel confident that she can translate the articles properly. And even if she could, she thought that would take too much of her time. So Alice actually needs a translator, and she started to look into how to get a good translator. She has some options finding translators nowadays. First one is she tries to find a certified translator. A certified translator is someone whose proficiency has been evaluated by some certifier authority. Usually, that certifier authority is linked to a country in which that language is widely spoken. But that brings some problems because proficiency certificates are not cheap. So certified translators often charge a lot of money to make some translations. And Alice only makes a couple $100 a month with her blog, so she can spend too much on translations. And also, certified translators are more suited to working on translating documents with legal implications, not blog posts. Option number two, she can find anyone who can translate her blog posts. Maybe she has a friend who also speaks English and can help her for an affordable price. But here comes the problems. She's not proficient in English. She cannot check by herself if the translation was done properly. And the only way she can find out that there's a problem with the translation is if someone in her audience, her new audience, is gentle enough to tell her the translation is bad. And even if she decides to stop asking this friend, which is the translator, for help, the problem of finding a translator still remains. Option three, she can use an online translation platform. There are lots of translation platforms out there. Those platforms do the heavy lifting of finding translators and making sure they are qualified enough for the job. However, she must find a trustworthy platform that has good translators. Each platform will have its own sets of rules on how to proceed in case she has a feeling that the translation is not good enough. She is not sure on how she can challenge some translation. And every translation platform out there must assess the translator skills by themselves, which can be costly. So they probably will charge her for keeping the business running. So what if I told you there is another way? And we're now introducing Lingo. As I told in the beginning, Lingo is the first truly decentralized freelance translation platform. Instead of relying on expensive certification or centralized curation of translators, Lingo leverages crypto-economic incentives to allow anyone in any part of the world to request a translation in a trustworthy yet affordable way. So Alice goes to Lingo, and she needs to fulfill a translation request form with some information regarding the text she wants to be translated. She needs to provide the language the original text is in, and which is the language she wants the translation to be in with. She also needs to choose a quality level she wants to be translated in. Currently, we have 3 quality levels. It would be cost-effective, standard, and professional. These set different kind of expectations you can have for translation. So for a blog post, maybe the standard one is enough, so she doesn't have to pay a lot of money for the translation. And she also uploads the original text file and informs the length of the text. And then she chooses a deadline by which the translation should be delivered. And last but not least, she provides a minimum and a maximum price she's willing to pay to get the job done. And then she will commit to this on-chain by submitting a transaction on the Ethereum network. And she has to make a deposit of the maximum price she is willing to pay for the task. And this deposit, which we'll call the escrow payment from now on, will be held in escrow by the Lingo smart contract. A quick side note regarding the task price. Because Alice might not be familiar enough with how the translation business works. She's just someone wanting some translation. She probably doesn't have any insider information regarding this industry. When she provides a minimum and a maximum price, she can leverage the built-in Lingo price discovery mechanism. How's that works in this way? When she provides the minimum price at the task creation, the price will increase linearly. And as the deadline approaches, the price will get closer and closer to the maximum price. This will help her to find the best price for the task, even if she's not familiar with translation pricing. The value of the translator, as soon as some translator can find her task and see that the current price is enough to worth his time and to be worth his time, and she can, the translator can ask to be assigned to that task, and he will accept that price. And in that very moment, when the translator is assigned to the task, if there is any remaining value in the escrow deposit, it will be sent immediately back to Alice, so she can rest assured that she will have her money back at this point. Now we have Bob. Bob is a software engineer living in the same city as Alice, and he's very skilled in both his native language and also in English. However, he does not have any sort of formal certification. He just learned by himself and likes that. Bob, he is willing to make some extra cash, and he joins Lingo as a translator. To be able to work on Lingo, Bob needs to have at least C1 level according to the Common European Framework of Reference, which is an organization based on Europe that sort of helps to level different the skills people have in different languages. And in order to be able to work on tasks, he's required to have at least the C1 level in both the original and the target languages for the translation. So the first thing he must do when signing up for Lingo is to set his current language skills, and he can change that at any moment. Let's see if he learns Italian, he can add that to his skill set at any time. So after that, Bobby will see a list of the pending tasks that match his skill set, and he sees Alice's task, and it's been there for a while, so the price is enough, and he considers to be a fair payment to put some effort in this and spend some time doing that. So he decides to pick the task. But you might be asking yourselves, but didn't Bob just set his skills by himself? Like, how does that work? Because how does Lingo know he's qualified enough to work as a translator? How can Alice trust Bob to do a good job if he picks her task to translate? The answer is that Bob has skin in the game. The translation of skin in the game is to have the meaning of the skin in the game is to have a personal stake and a desired outcome. When asking to be assigned to Alice's task, Bob must provide a deposit, a safety deposit, which we'll call the translator deposit. And the translator deposit will also be held in escrow by the Lingo smart contract. If Bob fails to deliver the translation before the deadline that Alice has set, the translator deposit will be automatically sent to Alice alongside with her initial escrow payment as a compensation for her believing that she would have the translation delivered, but she didn't have. There's a bit more to it, but bear with me for a while. We'll get there. So after Bob has been working on the task for a while, he finishes the translation, and now he must deliver the translated text. He goes to his in-progress tasks on Lingo, opens the Alice's task, and uploads the result of his work. Then this work, this translated text must be committed on chain, so it can be further verified by any third party in the future. So he will submit a transaction, and that translation will be considered delivered. And now that Alice's task will be put in the review list for a certain amount of time. And while the task is in the review list, other translators can evaluate Bob's work. Anyone, including Alice herself, who believes that the translation was not properly done, can challenge it. Then we introduce Charlie. Charlie is saving. Charlie lives in a town close to where Alice and Bob live. He's saving money for his English proficiency test. He also joined Lingo as a translator, but instead of working directly on tasks, he wants to make some money by reviewing other translators' work. So after a day of work, he still has some energy to spare, and he goes to Lingo and see that if there are any translation tasks requiring review. And he finds the translation that Bob made for Alice. He opens the translation and look into the original and the translated text. And after 10 minutes in, he finds a very obvious translation mistake. And he's now happy because he can challenge it and make some money out of it. He puts together a small document pointing out which mistakes did Bob made in the translation. But here's the thing. What would prevent Charlie from simply challenging all tasks he could find along the way? Hoping that there could be some sort of problem with the task, and basically he would get money without doing any actual work. And the answer is that Charlie also has skin in the game. Charlie also needs to provide a safety deposit, which we'll call the challenger deposit. And once again, this challenger deposit will be held in escrow by the legal contract. And if his claims are valid, he'll get his deposit back at the end. If they are not, then he will lose it. So that's how we keep Charlie checks and balances as well. He must also send this on chain on an Ethereum transaction. And after that, a new case on Claros is created. Then, well, you must all be familiar with how Claros works. By the time, I think a lot of people talked about Claros, so I'm not getting too much of detail. And specialized jurors will now assess Bob's work. And the process continues as any other dispute on Claros. Charlie and Bob can get the chance to submit evidence that will support their sides. Actually, since this is blockchain, anyone can take part in the process and providing evidence as any other case in Claros. And after analyzing the evidence, the jurors will reach to a verdict and decide whether the translation should be accepted or not. In case the translation is approved, then what happens is that the escrow payment provided by Alice will be sent to Bob as a reward for his work. The translator deposit provided by Bob will be sent back to him, and the challenger deposit provided by Charlie will also be sent to Bob. On the other hand, if the translation is rejected, what happens is that the escrow payment provided by Alice will be sent back to her. The translator deposit provided by Bob will be sent to Charlie, the challenger, and the challenger deposit provided by Charlie will be sent back to him. And of course, as most cases in Claros, the initial ruling can be appealed by the losing party if both sides pay for the appeal costs. Then a new dispute will start and the process start all over again. There's one catch that if one of the sides pays for the full appeal costs and the other fails to do so, the fully funded side wins a dispute regardless of the outcome of the first dispute. That is, if the jurors decided to approve the translation and make Bob the winner of the dispute, Charlie still might want to appeal that. And if Charlie pays for the appeal and Bob doesn't pay, Charlie will be considered the winner regardless of the initial outcome. So that summarizes the process a bit. And we are proud to present you firsthand Lingo on the Ethereum mainnet. We just launched the mainnet version, so you can check lingo.claros.io and see and start requesting translations and participating as a translator as well. This is the very first version, and we will continue to make improvements on Lingo as we get more feedback from you and the Claros community all around the world. I joined Claros about 9 months ago with the mission of bringing Lingo to life. It was an intense journey, and I had a lot of help of our awesome team along the way. And stealing the words of Sir Isaac Newton, if I have seen further, it's by standing on the shoulder of giants. Thank you. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Enrique. That was amazing. And of course, every Claros team member can cite Newton or different philosophers at every moment. A good thing I like about Lingo, and especially for us coming from the emerging economies, like if you are someone from Argentina and you wanted to like export your translation services through the like legacy systems, like you would have lots of problems being paid because there's a capital control, and then you are paid if they send you US dollars, then when you get them, the government buys those dollars from you at the official rate, and so you basically earn like half of the money that you sold. So that's and this app, and generally speaking, all crypto makes people in emerging economies be able to earn a living by accessing the world and selling their talent at the same rate that someone who's in Switzerland, in the US, the United Kingdom. So for us in the South, it's a great tool.
Yeah.
This is a good thing that we have to mention about Claros in general, and crypto in general, and specifically about Lingua. I don't know if you have any questions to Enrique about this. We've been developing this for a long time.
A long time.
Actually, maybe you can explain
the gas
a bit
prices
how,
storm.
Yeah, explain a bit about why it took us so long.
Yeah, so the thing is like that crazy gas prices took us by storm. We were in the verge of launching Lingo, and then suddenly gas prices were up to 400. And we're expecting the average ticket for translations in Lingo to be about $50, more or less. And the thing is, if we're spending $50 to create the task or to work as a translator, it's not worth your time. So we had to stop to look to some alternatives to optimize gas usage. We're still thinking about how we're tackling this. But since the gas prices returned to normal levels, we decided to join the Ethereum mainnet version that was almost ready. So I spent the last couple of weeks like cutting out the sharp edges and making things work. And that's basically the main reason. Like I joined Claros and I had to learn how Claros worked. I had no previous experience building on top of Claros, so it took me some time as well to figure all out. And that's the main reasons why it took so long.
Well, yeah, that is one of the things of working with very experimental technologies. Things that are still rough. Not specifically about Claros, but also about the blockchain that we use as a support, in this case Ethereum. So if you don't have any other questions for Enrique, then I think we can move to the next presentation. It's going to be the last one before the closing words. Is everything ready, Damian, for the next one?
Ferit is online, so we can start when he's ready.
Okay, let us know, Farid, when you're ready, so we can start. Because people must be already very tired. Long hours and 2 days. Look how much content we had.
The discussions have been extremely interesting.
Okay, let us know, Farid, when you're ready.
Indeed.
Let me first introduce him. So, words about Farid, and he's going to present about the dispute resolver. So Farid Tuncer studied computer science at Marmara University in Istanbul. He has been programming for 8 years as a hobby as well as a profession. He worked on web services of a local bank in Turkey and on developing a thermodynamics cycle modeler and a simulator software project in a startup. Since 2018, he has been working in decentralizing justice at Kleros. Being a long-time chess enthusiast, he likes to spend his free time playing chess, and being a cypherpunk, he believes encryption and decentralized systems are key to protect privacy and freedom. I have to say I couldn't beat Farid at the chess the times we played because he has a ridiculously high score. I don't know, what was your score, Farid? 1 million, something like that. Are you there, Farid? But he has a very high chess score, very, very, very high, like Kasparov level. Okay, I'm going to just turn off the camera and let Farid do his thing.
Hello.
Yeah. You can start, Farid. All good.
Okay. Just let me share my screen.
What was your chess score? I forgot that.
It's around 1900.
Yeah, ELO score. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah.
sorry for the purist ELO score. I'm sorry
Yeah.
about that. That's why I don't have an ELO score.
So yeah. So do you see the screen with dispute resolver open? Maybe I can share again. Sorry for the delay. I guess.
Good. That's good.
Yeah. So hi everyone and welcome to the final presentation of the conference. I hope you have enjoyed it so far. And in this final presentation, I will introduce you Dispute Resolver, a general purpose arbitrable application that provides a standard arbitrable contract with an interface. If you have already used it before, probably it won't be an interesting presentation for you, but otherwise, I hope you will discover a useful tool in the next few minutes. At the end of the conference, you are probably already familiar with the architecture. Kleros smart contracts are built using two interdependent interfaces, the arbitrable interface and the arbitrator interface. Kleros Court is the leading implementation of the arbitrator interface, and we have many implementations of arbitrable interface. These include Proof of Humanity, Scroll, Create, and Linguo. As an application developer on Kleros, you have to develop an arbitrable smart contract and a user interface. Dispute Resolver reduces your effort by providing a ready-to-use general-purpose arbitrable smart contract and its interface. So if you are someone who just wants to integrate with Kleros, but you don't want to spend resources on developing an arbitrable contract or an interface, Dispute Resolver got you covered. Or maybe you are someone who just wants to test drive Kleros by creating a custom dispute, but you can't afford to develop an application just for testing. Or maybe you want to run an experiment on Kleros, and in this case, you can use create dispute function on Dispute Resolver to create a dispute just by filling a form. So whatever the reason, Dispute Resolver makes it easier to create and interact with disputes. So let's see how it works in practice. Currently, I'm running dispute resolver on Kovan test network for this presentation for demonstration purposes. So these disputes are not real ones. And here you see a number of ongoing disputes on the landing page. Let's interact with one of them and see what we can do. Here we see details of a particular dispute. We see title, descriptions, primary documents, ruling question, ruling options, and their descriptions. Moving on, we have a evidence timeline in which we can see evidence events like dispute creation, appeal, timestamp, if any, and evidence that are submitted in a chronological order. Also, we can submit an evidence, and we will submit one for demonstration. So let's pick a file, and I'm gonna support Bob. And let's wait for the confirmation. Should be quick, yeah. Okay, we got it. We just submitted the new evidence, and I hope this sheds light on the course of the case. So moving on, we have appeal section. In case the dispute is in appeal period, like this one, you can use this section to crowdfund the appeal. As you know, crowdfunding appeals are incentivized by potential gains. So let's say you fund one of the sides of the dispute, and if the side you funded eventually wins the dispute, you share potential gains. So what we're gonna do is to fund. Oh, I guess loser deadline is already passed. Okay, we are not going to fund in this demonstration. So next is to create dispute page. Here we see a form for creating a dispute. Using this, we can create any custom disputes. We can specify which court we want to interact with. Let's select non-technical. We can set initial number of jurors we want. Let's say it's going to be 8. Here you see the amount of arbitration cost calculated. It depends on what court you select and how many jurors you specify. So in non-technical court, if you specify 8 jurors, then the price is this, and with the 1 jurors, this is the basic price. Let's create an example dispute. And for description, you can type in plain text, or if you like, you can write in Markdown as well. Here we can give a license to parties of the dispute. I will leave as is for this dispute. Also, optionally, you can specify addresses of the parties. I will leave blank. And the important part is here the question of the ruling and ruling options. And finally, we can specify the primary document of the dispute if we like. And by clicking this button, we can create a dispute. This is the one last confirmation. We can check if the information we typed is correct. And if we are sure that is correct, we can send it to the network. Let's wait for the confirmation. And it directs us to the interaction page. Good, we just created a custom dispute. This version of dispute resolver only supports the disputes with binary rulings, but we are working to extend it to non-binary disputes in near future. Also, like everything we do at Kleros, we develop this application open on GitHub. So in case you have any feature requests or bug reports, please file a GitHub issue on GitHub by clicking this little GitHub icon in the footer. You can go to the GitHub repository. And yeah, that's it. If you have any questions, please raise your hand or type it in the chat. Otherwise, I will hand the microphone over to Clemon and Federico for closing words. Thanks for listening again and participating in the conference.
If you have any question for him, you can ask it now. Then we will move to the final words of the conference. If someone is already still there, it's been like 2 very long days. I commend you if you are still there listening to us. Your head is going to explode of all this decentralized justice and blockchain.
Well, personally, I very much liked all the talks in these 2 days. So yeah, it was a good conference.
Okay. Well, it was our first conference, online. So hopefully we will improve for next time. But really, more hopefully, we will do it in person sometime, and we will meet again like humans and not just bits on the blockchain. Okay, if there are no questions for Ferit, let's move to the final words. So let me share my screen. Okay, there we go. Can you see it?
Yep.
Okay, so human communities of all time had to solve the problem of social order, and this always involved solving disputes, right? As we always mention, how this story went for the ancient Athenians. So they had this very specific method for doing trials. They had this token called Pinakion that was like an ID, bronze plate like this size, and the day of the court, they went to the court, and then they put each of them put this plaque into a slot in this machine called Kleroterion. So the word kleros means randomness in Greek. So, and then came some like official from the justice system and threw some black and white dice, 20 faces dice on the side on a tube, and then if you had on your row you had a white dice, then you went to the jury, and if you had a black dice, you went home and you were not selected. So this was an allotment method that they devised in order not to have people like attacking their justice system, right? Just so people could not take their friends to be jurors in their popular trials. So this is what they saw as a justice system in the ancient Athens. Then we move forward a bit. We have the Middle Ages, and if you were accused of witchcraft in the Middle Ages, you had to go through this ordeal trial, and where they just threw into the water in the river, and if you floated, it meant that you were a witch, because the water didn't want to receive you, and then they took you out and they put you on, you were burnt at the stake, basically. And if you went down in the river, that meant that your soul was pure, and then that you were not guilty. That didn't have much consequence at that point, but that was how they did it in the Middle Ages for witchcraft trials. And in the Middle Ages, so when the traders of that time, they travel from one fair to the other to trade their goods and stuff. And if they had disputes, they didn't want to have these disputes adjudicated by a priest or a state official, a state judge, who were not very knowledgeable about trade disputes, right? So they developed a different rule set called the lex mercatoria, or the law merchant. So this was a code of private law that was under use by merchants in the Middle Ages. And one of the key aspects of this lex mercatoria was that merchant disputes were resolved by fellow merchants, not by a priest and not by a government judge. Because they thought that the best way to solve a trade dispute, a commercial dispute, was having other tradesmen doing the analysis of who was right and who wasn't. So because they knew how the trade worked, right? So this idea, these were very early ideas of what we call, like, if you want, peer-to-peer justice. The Athenians had this idea of every citizen having the right to participate in trials as juries, which was incorporated into the U.S. Constitution. And Tocqueville, when he visited America from France, one of the things he most admired of the U.S. system was particularly the fact that that jurors were drawn from the citizens, right? And not they were not like some aristocratic judges that had nothing to do with the rest of the people. And so the lex mercatoria also was based on the principle that judgment had to be done by peers, right? The ideas of the existing and like justice systems come when states consolidate, and that's when we get all these lawyers and judges and all these like bureaucratic states, which they were great, and this worked for a long time, providing rule of law in the countries which were able to develop rule of law, of course. But then the problem is that this system started to show the cracks in the late 20th century because of technology changes and the fact of the internet, the fact of connectivity, the fact of globalization. So in a real-time global world, lots of the legacy systems start to not work anymore, right? Back then in the 1990s, Nick Szabo comes with this idea of smart contracts. So he says, the economy is changing. So we are going to e-commerce, online transactions world, excellence for most of the transactions. And so this concept of smart contracts was about digitally enforceable contracts. His early idea did not include blockchain because this was in the 90s, so there was no blockchain. Smart contracts, when Szabo thought about this for the first time, they could be coded into like a centralized server, basically, and it was a digital contract that parties could agree on this server, and it worked there. As you know, Satoshi Nakamoto brings us blockchain, Bitcoin, and blockchain underlying technology in 2008, and the idea that we can have a decentralized network of computers where consensus can be used for a monetary system. And Vitalik and the team behind Ethereum generalized this idea into the fact that you a network, right? So what is this bringing? This basically, as we mentioned And again, this brings the fact that the smart contracts coded into a blockchain are going to self-execute as they are coded in the blockchain, and no one can arbitrarily change this, right? And no owner of the system has exclusive key to the console where he can change jurors or manipulate smart contracts, as we mentioned in the first talk of the conference. So they are smart enough to self-execute as coded, but they are not smart enough to solve situations where there is ambiguity and there is the necessity of interpretation. And this is where human interventions is going to be required. So we discussed lots of different aspects of this new type of distributed solution system. Jose Luis spoke about crowd law and how people are becoming more involved and participating more closely into creating policies. We'll discuss how this new institution called Kleros can be used for curation in compliance and in the DeFi, decentralized finance ecosystem. Ayala Winter discussed a bit of the challenges regarding the mechanism design that Kleros is based on. Then we had a really good panel discussing different use cases of Kleros in different aspects. As we always say, Kleros is a tool that can be used for lots of different use cases. And the team members, we don't even know what these use cases are. We know only some of them, but Mauricio discussed energy, peer-to-peer energy disputes. We had also Abir discussing domain name disputes, and Luis discussing commercial contracts in the context, for example, of Venezuela or countries that don't have a good justice system because of different reasons. Then we had another panel moderated by Sophie with William O'Rourke and Jose Torres and myself discussing the fairness and legal considerations of decentralized justice. And finally, a short presentation of the Kleros Maker Fellowship that we are doing with the Maker Foundation, which, by the way, applications are still open until Monday. So if you want to spend the weekend preparing your application, you can still do it. And then today we started with Clement, who presented a bit of the products of Kleros and how the system works. Then we had a really cool panel about the oracles and prediction markets with Clement, with Edmund and Alex from Gnosis. And then we went to discuss some of the research challenges in decentralized justice that William tackles every day in his research, and how to prevent attacks and make the system more secure, more efficient. Then we discussed a bit more about curation and the DApp Curate that was developed in order for enabling anyone to make a decentralized list for curation of content, any type of content. Then we had Santi discussing the different alternatives for validating humans on the blockchain. Enrique discussed this a bit more, and especially presenting how Kleros thinks about this issue and the proof of humanity work that we have been developing, the proof of humanity DApp that he has been developing. Then we just launched the Linguo DApp, so you can start translating stuff right away if you want. This is already on the Ethereum mainnet. Go and use it. And then a bit of review of the truth solver that anyone can use for creating any type of dispute that can be adjudicated by Kleros. So basically what we are working on is new governance models for the new types of community that are coming in the coming years, which are going to be mostly online. And Kleros is only a part of this. If you want to learn a lot more of new governance models, well, you can, of course, go to this very good book, The Radical Markets, by Eric Posner and Glenn Weil. Santi also mentioned this. So this is what this discuss now, what new types of representation or new types of democracy, or what should the governance look like in a world of bots, in a world of deep fakes, in a world of networks, in a world of boundaries are not necessarily that important anymore. And the best proof of this is like us doing this conference together online, and the Kleros team, for example, being composed by people from different, I don't know, like 10 countries, I guess, and I'm in Argentina, I see Farid there is in Turkey, Enrique is in Brazil. So this is a new world that we live in, and this is a world that requires new governance structures, because the existing governance structures for this world, it's called either like Facebook or some private platform where people interact, and this platform owns everything about the people who like use the platform, basically. So this is in this context, we are seeing the rise of a new type of legal system that some people call the lex cryptographica, and it's rules that are being encoded in cryptographic protocols that cannot be broken, or cannot be easily broken at least. And this is the legal system that Kleros is working to build on. And finally, for a short summary of the main ideas that are involved in decentralized justice, and this is the end, so you can go it. This is based on secure systems built on blockchain. You know how Kleros works and how any decentralized system should work is blockchain technology. No one can tamper with this. No one owns it. It's the community who owns it, basically. This is what gives decentralized justice the rule of law feature. They are based on communities and collective intelligence, and we have reviewed in different talks how this works, and we have discussed this with Jose Luis, and we have discussed this with prediction market as well. And of course, with new incentive systems, with Eyal, Winter discussed, and William, and how this crypto economic system can work a bit about to produce rule of law for this new digital age that we are going into. And if you like zoom out a bit and see a number of different legacy institutions are being transformed by the digital world, and there is first one stage where there is a version of the previous technology that is kind of the digital version, but like doing the same that the previous one, but like digital. You know, that's what Encarta did with Britannica, what PayPal did with banks, and like what Modria did with Kurz in some way. They're just replicating the logic of working of the old institution into the digital realm. And what's coming is, of course, all of this power being put in the hands of communities, and this is what Wikipedia did in Encyclopedia Business, and Bitcoin is doing to financial institutions, and Bitcoin crypto in general, and Kleros will help do into the central solution realm. So that's it for me. Thank you very much for joining the conference, and I will let Clement give the final words. And greet you all. It was a pleasure, and I'm sure that you're very, very tired now. And so hopefully next one will be in person with guys, so we can see in the eye. Clement, please, you can close the conference.
So thanks everyone for coming to the conference. I hope you've seen nice example of application relying on Kleros and a few development we've made in the previous year. As we know, well, we are online, so that's a bit of a strange format, but that can also allow for more time, in particular for people in the hackathon. They now have a 4-day hackathon, and we are the conference is over, but the hackathon is still running. So even if you did not start yet, you can also try to make a project, even if it's just 2 days, but you can try. You don't have anything to lose. So thanks everyone for coming. Don't hesitate to get in contact with us on Telegram. You can also send mail if you want some integration with Kleros. We are very happy to help. And we're gonna close the conference. And thank you, Federico. Thank you, Damian, and thank you all of the speakers and organizers.
Bye-bye, guys. See you next time.
Until next time, fellas.